Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
give you something. So this, Shita has asked me to give her the gist of the conference.
Okay, that is for the concluding.
Yes. She has just asked me to give you this.
And there is another thing, Mansi. When we had gone for the MSME conference, I had a full new folder along with
So we have been looking for, but we couldn't find it. I knew it.
yeah, because I had asked one of the organizers. She said that at the end of the conference, whatever there was, we put in a bag and we gave it to your email system.
So I'll check one second. I've checked it once already. We still have that box. We'll check 1 second and let you know for sure. By this evening. By the time we end this conference, I'll let you know.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. तू जा मत वहाँ पे। 3 टेबल और ठहर। 4 है ना तुझ्याकडे? 7 बोललो ना आपण। एक तुझ्याकडे ठेव। एक तुझ्याकडे ठेव, 2 इथे ठेव. कळलं? एक तुझ्याकडे ठेव, वाटलं तर दे. हर्ष, वरदा, तुझ्याकडेच ठेव म्हटलंस थांब.
Hello.
सागर, आता नको आहे. लॅम्प लाइटनिंग करायला तू जाणार आहे ना?
कुठे गेला हर्ष?
Hello, mic check. Hello.
लगेच करते मी.
Hello, mic check. Check. Hello. Hello, mic check. Hello,
Dadu,
mic
Dadu.
check.
Yes. Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
मार्स
पानी मिला.
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर.
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए.
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था.
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया.
IL टेक केयर ऐप इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना.
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले. ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर.
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना. ICICI लोम्बार्ड IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है.
यार अजय, look at your dad. Will we be the same?
नमस्कार दोस्तों, कैसे हैं आप सब? मैं आशा करता हूँ
If we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular
10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Hi, my name is Preeti Sharma और
और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ। पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं। Thank you ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं।
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades.
Good morning, everyone. We are beginning the conference in 5 minutes. I request everyone to be seated. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone present here, and a very warm welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Nilesh Sathe, former member Life, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, and former CEO, LIC Mutual Fund. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Tarun Agarwal, Director, National Insurance Academy, and Shri Sumit Bohra, President, Insurance Brokers Association of India. I would also like to welcome MEDC President, Shri Atul Shirodkar Sir, our immediate past President, Ravindra Boradkar Sir, our Vice President, CA Abhijit Kelkar sir, this conference's event project head, Shri Anand Kulkarni, Shri Rohit Boda, and MEDC regional directors and all committee members. I would further like to welcome our sponsors, LIC, ICICI Lombard, New India Assurance, JB Boda Group, and our media partners, Business Standard and Maharashtra Times. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome all our speakers, panelists, delegates, professors, and all my dear students. I am Manasi Patil, and it is my honor to welcome you all to the Insurance and Reinsurance Conference 2023. I would like to brief you all about the Maharashtra Economic Development Council, MEDC. MEDC was founded in 1957 by the eminent economist, late Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadgil, Deputy Chairman of the erstwhile Planning Commission of Government of India, to promote rapid and balanced economic and industrial development for the state of Maharashtra. In its rich legacy spanning over 6 decades, MEDC was led by illustrious individuals as its president, including Shri N.M. Wagle, Shri Lalchand Hirachand, Shri S.L. Kirloskar, Shri Keshav Mahindra, Shri Adi Godrej, Shri B.D. Garware, Dr. Vitthal Kamath, and many other prominent individuals. MEDC is an autonomous research think tank that acts too as a development catalyst for the state of Maharashtra. MEDC has 19 committees that work in various sectors towards the economic development of Maharashtra, and keeping this in mind, we have organized this one-day conference on insurance and reinsurance, which aims to create a layered approach towards risk management within the insurance industry, building financial resilience, protecting businesses and individuals, and promoting economic stability in today's dynamic business environment. Thus, our theme for the conference is Unlocking the Potential for a Resilient Future. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to MEDC's Insurance and Reinsurance Conference 2023. Before we commence with any auspicious event, it is our tradition to seek the blessings of the Lord. Thus, I humbly request our dignitaries, Shri Nilesh Sathe ji, Dr. Tarun Agarwal ji, Shri Sumit Bohra ji, our President Atul Shirodkar sir, our past President Ravindra Boradkar sir, Shri Anand Kulkarni sir, and Anil Pawar sir to join us on the dais. Sir, lamp. Thank you, everyone. I request you to have the seat on dais. Before we begin, I would like the IT team to play MEDC video. would like to inform all of you, our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Dr. Bhagwat Kararji, could not make it to today's conference due to some emergency work, but he has sent his blessings through a message, which will be played in a short while. Now I would request President Sir to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Nilesh Sathe ji. I request Boradkar sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Tarun Agarwal ji. I would like to request Anil Pawar sir to felicitate Shri Sumit Bohra ji. Today we have with us MEDC immediate past president Ravindra Boradkar sir, under whose guidance and vision the journey of the insurance and reinsurance conference began, which is now being carried forward by our president sir Shri Atul Shirodkar sir. So I request Shirodkar sir to kindly felicitate Ravindra Boradkar sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce you all to our president, Shri Atul Shirodkar sir, who is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Saurangi Group of Companies, having 25 years of experience in real estate, infrastructure, urban planning, research, and development of innovative technologies. He is a first generation entrepreneur, visionary, negotiator, decision maker, strategist, having an expertise in finance, and a legal philanthropist. I request Shirodkar sir to please give the opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Nilesh Sathe ji, former member Life Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, former CEO LIC Mutual Fund, our keynote speaker, Shri Sumit Bohra ji, President Insurance Broker Association of India, and Dr. Tarun Agarwal ji, Director, National Insurance Academy, MADC Vice President Sachin Itkar, CA Abhijit Kelkar, Shri Ashish Garde, Past President Shri Ravi Boratkar, Event Organizing Committee Shri Anand Kulkarni, Shri Jaideep Pawar, Shri Anil Pawar, also regional directors and MADC committee members to this Insurance and Reinsurance 2023 organized by MADC. Maharashtra Economic Development Council is a unique symbol of socio-economic responsibility of business and industry in Maharashtra. Constituted in 1957 by several leading chamber of commerce in the state of stewardship of late Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadgil, an eminent economist and former deputy chairman of the erstwhile Planning Commission, Government of India. It is a development catalyst and an investment facilitator for the state of Maharashtra. The development of insurance and reinsurance industry is a key part of overall growth strategy of the country. We are living in the world characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, a VUCA world. Individuals and entrepreneurs can control their exposure to unforeseen events by investing in appropriate insurance policies, securing them financial protection against crime, damages, liability, lawsuits, or natural disasters that could otherwise prove catastrophic. Insurance can help encourage investment by mobilizing savings and promoting financial stabilities. Creating a robust, enabling environment for the development of the insurance sector is essential for creating a system conducive for enhancing the ease of doing business in economy. COVID-19 has strongly impressed upon us the need for investing in the appropriate health insurance at all times. There are some accelerating technology trends that the insurance industry may need to take note of. Artificial intelligence will enable the insurance industry to bring to the market highly customized product that seamlessly adjust coverage based on the evolving needs of their customers. This is not wishful thinking. Such technology do exist currently, and their innovative offerings could become mainstream over the coming years. That will transform the insurance landscape beyond recognition, leading to the survival of those players most comfortable with change. Today's conference is comprehensive full-day event featuring 3 distinct panels with a distinguished lineup of 15 eminent speakers. This conference promises to provide valuable insight and discussion on the following key topics: strategy for penetration and future growth of insurance, changes and new emerging risks, how to mitigate them for the resilient future, technological developments in the insurance sector. To conclude, I am sure that the innovative ideas emerging from this event will help to convincingly demonstrate that the vision displayed here is not just achievable but also well within the reach of insurance and reinsurance industry and all its stakeholders. Most importantly, for all its scope and details, this conference cannot be considered completed unless its insightful ideas and suggestions have reached all the policymakers, bureaucrats, corporate leaders who are best positioned to bring its possible to life. I am sure we will witness that in the not too distant future. This welcome speech will not be completed unless I thank MADC team, Mr. Anand Kulkarni, Anil Pawar and Jaideep Pawar, and special thanks to our Deputy Director Sheetal Panchal for all of their humongous effort to make this event a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening vision about MEDC and emphasizing the significance of this conference. I would like you all to introduce to our esteemed keynote speaker, Shri Sumit Bohra, President, Insurance Brokers Association of India, CEO and whole-time director of Globe Secure Insurance Brokers, and a member of the Insurance Advisory Committee at IRDAI. He is currently involved with various working committees formed by IRDAI for the reforms in the insurance sector. I would like to invite Sumit Bohra sir to address the gathering.
So first of all, I would like to thank MEDC for arranging this insurance and reinsurance conference. It's heartening to see, the topic on the agenda and, the conference being organized by MEDC. Very good morning to Nilesh Sathe ji, former member life, Tarun Agarwal ji, Ravinder Buratkar ji, all the esteemed panelists and students. I see a lot of students, so heartening to see a lot of students. So good morning to all of you. So first of all, I thought, what kind of topic would attract, in this conference, and there are a lot of eminent panelists we're going to speak throughout the day. I think I chose something which is very, very close to my heart is education and probably claims, I think claims is the proof of pudding for any insurance product. So I thought, let's speak on that. And we as associations, I'm representing the Brokers Association, I'm the president. So, we thought that how do we contribute, to the community, and how do we make this penetration, which is the key word which is going on for last so many years, how do we make it successful? So obviously there are two parameters for penetration, one is we can do it through an awareness, and the other part is through education. Now, obviously, the difficult part is the education, because it's a decades program. If you educate today, you'll see the fruits in next decade. And I think nobody wants to, go to the hard path of education. Awareness, obviously, the insurers, the regulators, everybody is creating awareness, but awareness is to the matured people, whereas education is for the future. So we thought of, starting this educative effort. And fortunately, on last Sunday only, I could address 100 students from Ghaziabad. So, some of the school in Ghaziabad suddenly approached me and they said that, we are doing sessions on financial literacy, but we also thought that can we incorporate insurance literacy into that, which is forming part of financial literacy. And I was very, very happy to see that, the kind of interest which they had. And we had this session with those 100 students. Fortunately, being Sunday and people, the students sitting at home, so they were accompanied by their parents also, which I could understand when there was a Q&A session. So what I'm trying to say is that, the kind of literacy which we see on insurance is very, very poor. People are not able to distinguish between a motor policy and a health policy. People don't know what is general insurance, what is life insurance. People still associate insurance with LIC. So there are a lot of gaps still there, which I think can only be filled out with insurance. And very, very prominent question which came up in that whole session was that if I keep on paying the premium for, let's say, 10, 20, 30 years, and if I don't claim, what do happen with that premium, So they're not aware of how an insurance company works. So it's a pooling of money where a lot of people pool the money and it is given to few. But then the person who is being paying for a longer period of time, he's feeling aggrieved that, I am not being taken into account. The people who have been claiming, they have been always, at the helm of the affairs in terms of, everybody servicing them. So somewhere I feel that the insurance company should look at those 90% of the people who are contributing, to the whole corpus of insurance. And I could give one example is like, health insurance. So generally the claim ratio is 8 to 10%. So out of every 100, 8 to 10 people would claim and 90 people would not be claiming, and maybe they will have a claim once in a lifetime. But can we do something for those 90% of the people? Maybe, offer something, a specs a year or a dental cleaning a year to make them happy. So I think that is also one of the steps where insurance has to get to understand the profitable segment of the community and honor them with something which will help, them to be in the main line and, continue to pay the premium. So that was from the education perspective. So we have already started, and I want to make sure that we go to each and every nook and the corner. So we have some 638 brokers having thousands of people with, host lot of experience. So we are rolling this out to all the brokers that, they can go to the school, colleges in their vicinity or through a webinar, and to make sure that they educate maximum students, which are going to be the future. Apart from, the students who are going to be the buyer, there's a dearth of opportunity in terms of employment. So, we always feel that, people are saying that kaam nahi mil raha hai. It's not that. Insurance mein bahut kaam hai. And there are so many insurance companies, broking companies, which are coming day in, day out. And we need people. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity, for the students to develop their skill set and make a career out of it. So most of the time we see people land up in insurance by, accident. I want it to be through choice, not accident. Coming to claims, I think, as an insurance fraternity, we have not been able to articulate or to the general public of what is, the outgo. So I'm giving some stats. 21-22, the general insurance company did 2.2 lakh crores of premium, and they shell out almost 70% in terms of claims. So when you're talking about 1,60,000, 1,70,000 crores being distributed back in terms of claims, but every time we talk to somebody, we feel that mujhe claim nahi mila hai, ya mera short settle hua hai. So that feeling of, not being there, or maybe the expectation is not met, I think we have not been able to reach out to people properly. Maybe claims are generally delayed, and that is the reason that people don't get that gratitude in terms of that the settlement has been smooth. So I think we all are working towards that to make sure that the claims are being settled very, very early. One more thing where the claims get disputed or delayed, or maybe where we feel the pinch, is there is no enough discussion between the client and the intermediary or an insurer. So most of the time, people will send their old policy or send their requirement and they ask for a quote, and most of the time it is basis the price which is the decision is being taken. So if there is no enough discussion for somebody to understand the business and the nuances, and obviously what is the requirement from that business. So the businessman only knows that where is the gap, unless and until he comes out with that gap and tells the intermediary what he's looking for, I think nobody can provide that solution. So I think there is where the most of the gap is, that the lack of communication between two people, and which lands up into trouble. Second, I think insurance policies, we all know, are very, very complex in nature. There are tons of pages which are attached to a policy where there are a lot of wordings is there, inclusion, exclusion, warranties. We all feel that once you have bought the policy, everything is payable. Unfortunately, that's not the case. There are a lot of exclusions, there are a lot of warranties. So whenever somebody gets a policy, it is his duty or he's duty bound also to see that what is covered, what are the warranties. I mean, somewhere, somebody says that CCTV hona chahiye, ya basement cover nahi hoga aapka, ya cigarette butt warranty hai. So I think, the education from our side is there, but then there is not enough ears on the other side, which are there to take care of it. So I would urge everybody to please make sure there's enough communication before you buy a policy. Be an informed buyer. Don't go by hearsay. Don't go by word of mouth. Please read. One more reason where claims are getting into difficulty is the cause of loss. So most of the time it is simple that there is a fire, there is a flood. It's simple, but there is something called cause of loss. So unless and until the cause of loss is identified, the insurer is not duty bound to pay the claim. And sometimes we say that it's an insurer's job or the surveyor's job to find out, but we are equally as clients should be participating to find out what is the cause of loss, whether the cause of loss falls under the policy condition, and then the next stage starts. Apart from that, there are a lot of papers which are to be given to the insurers to make assessment of the claim, and most of the time, especially on the MSME and SME side, I feel there is not enough paper or enough documents to substantiate that claim, and that is where the problem starts. So when you are buying a policy, you need to make that you are compliant enough to take care of that policy. And compliance is not only in terms of buying a policy, but compliance in terms of completing the whole cycle, whether it is the taxation, the accounting, the government compliances, the licenses. When a claim is assessed, everything is looked into before paying a claim. So the documentation challenge is the biggest challenge, and I think that should be addressed. I would also like to showcase one book which the Brokers Association publish every year, which is very, very educative in nature in terms of, how do you, so as a layman, how do you know that how insurance company is faring? You can't go to different websites of insurance. So there are 31 general insurance companies in India, and you can't, verify their credentials. So as an association, we publish this book every year. It's a 100+ page book where we, aggregate everything in terms of the claim ratio, the solvency margin, the pendency ratio, to give you a bird's eye view of how the insurers are faring, and to make an informed decision when you go to the insurer or you pick, your insurer. So this is available on our website, the IBI website, and everybody who wish to buy an insurance, I think you should go through this book, and it's quite educative in terms of getting a general knowledge also. So that's what from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your such insightful address. It will be definitely beneficial for all our audience. Now I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Tarun Agarwal, Director, National Insurance Academy. Dr. Agarwal brings to our event a wealth of experience with over 30 years of leadership and academic excellence. His areas of expertise are as diverse as they are impressive, ranging from commercial banking and corporate credit appraisal and finance to banking operations, microfinance, insurance, inclusion, financial market and services, B2B marketing, and human resource management. I request Dr. Agarwal to kindly address the gathering.
नमस्कार. इस रूम में आई थिंक बिल्कुल सही गैदरिंग है. यंगस्टर्स आर देयर एंड आई हैव बीन गिवन 10 मिनट्स और मैं अपने पूरे 10 मिनट लूँगा. सो आई विल नॉट लाइक टू स्टार्ट द यूजुअल वे एंड आई sought the permission of the chair and everybody on the dais. So and few points I am picking up from my predecessor speaker. Financial literacy पे उन्होंने जोर दिया और उनका पहला वॉरियर इस स्टेज पे खड़ा हो गया. So plus also he used the word as cigarette butt, तो उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ भी ज़रूर बात करूँगा. So keeping the importance of insurance penetration, financial literacy, financial education's importance on the rise, I think बहुत ज़रूरत है कि जन जन तक पहुँचने के लिए जन भाषा में ही उतरना होगा. So keeping that in mind, इसे ही मद्देनज़र रखते हुए आज मुझे मेरी एक 6ठी कक्षा की कविता याद आ रही है जो जिस पे मुझे फर्स्ट प्राइज़ मिला था और मेरी माताजी ने लिखा था. और उस समय इंश्योरेंस और सिगरेट और हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पे बात चली थी. मतलब आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ समवेयर अराउंड 1983-85 when I think most of you would have not been born in this hall. I can see, I think 80% of the population would have not born. I'm talking of that. So you can imagine me standing in a knicker and a tie in the school and reading this poem extempore at that point of time and winning an award and a gold medal. So कविता कुछ इस प्रकार है और दाद चाहूँगा उस पर
कि है सिगरेट मेरो नाम मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी, कि है सिगरेट मेरो नाम मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी, रे तुझको बख्शूंगी मैं नाए मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी। तंबाकू यूं भरवाई, तंबाकू यूं भरवाई कि जैसे खाल में भुस भरवाए, कि मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी, तुझको बख्शूंगी मैं नाए मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी। मुहे माचिस से जलायो, ओ मुहे माचिस से जलायो, अरे मैं तो जल गई हाय, मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी, तुझको बख्शूंगी मैं नाए मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी। मैं टीबी करके आऊं, मैं कैंसर करके जाऊं, मैं टीबी करके आऊं, मैं कैंसर करके जाऊं, रे तुझको कर दूंगी नरकंकाल, मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी। मैं सिगरेट मेरो नाम मैं तेरो खून पीऊंगी। So thank you so much. Moving on to the routine. Thank you. Shri Bhagwat Karaj, Minister of State, Ministry of Finance, Shri Nilesh Sathe ji, ex-member IDAI, and Shri Atul Shirodkar ji, Shri Sumit Bora ji, Mr. Rohit Boda ji, and other knowledgeable speakers, panelists, learned professors, faculties, eminent delegates, organizers of the summit, Sheetal ma'am, Anand sir, Jaideep and others, and team, leaders of the industry, friends from the press, dignitaries, young future leaders, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Insurance and Reinsurance Conference 2023, Unlocking the Potential for a Resilient Future. I'm very happy the energies here in this hall are very, very infectious. I'm deeply honored, delighted, and equally excited to see such a diverse and enthusiastic audience. In an era which is marked by rapid economic changes, evolving risks, and unforeseen challenges, the need for insurance coverage for all has never been greater felt. Several studies show that there are still gaps and barriers in the insurance landscape that needs to be addressed. If we go into the little details of the call given by our regulator, we can clearly see that the Insurance Regulatory Development Authority, as part of its vision Insurance for All by 2047, has allotted states and union territories to every insurer to increase insurance penetration in India. And as you are all aware, ADA is also and has been planning to launch Bima Trinity, which is Bima Sugam, Bima Vistar, Bima Vahaks, in collaboration with general and life insurance firms to make insurance activities hassle-free. Let's delve deep into what ADA's vision is. And it is very simple, and it is just two-pointed, that every citizen has to have an appropriate life, health, and property insurance cover, and every enterprise is supported by appropriate insurance solutions. Another aim is to make the Indian insurance sector globally attractive. The three important pillars helping this happen are insurance customers, which is policyholders, insurance providers, that is insurers, insurance distributors, that is intermediaries, and the fourth one today we are also going to look at is the reinsurance, the reinsurer. And the focus areas for the call are making available right products to the right customers, creating a robust grievance redressal mechanism, facilitating ease of doing business, ensuring that the regulatory architecture is aligned with the market dynamics, boosting innovation, competition and distribution efficiencies while mainstreaming technology and moving towards principle-based regulatory regime. When we talk penetration, it means opportunity. Opportunity for business and growth, opportunity to serve our nation. What's stopping us from latching on this opportunity? Is it InsurTech or leadership or anything else? I think a combination of all above wrapped in financial literacy or financial education programs, an example of which I just presented through my Hindi poem. Insurance business is a maze of products, and the storyline revolves around premium, payout, risk, and revenue. Trust is the only factor that can manage all four. Hence, the game changer is the need for customer protection and innovation. Reducing the customer protection gap is something we all need to work upon, and that's why we all have assembled here. Data is the new oil, and with data management, data valuation, data analytics, and data security, the skills in the space are on the rise. There comes the need to have more and more actuarial professionals. The need for modeling of uncertainties is also another aspect for which the demand needs to be met. It would not be wrong to say that the need is to embed the risk in the organizational culture itself. Other areas being customer relationship management, building the customer intelligence, use of drones and RFID chips-based technologies. We need to remember that per se technology cannot lead to penetration. Ground realities are different and much different. What we need is trustworthy delivery with speed on the real-time basis, user-friendly, paperless, easy to implement, scalable, adaptable, and flexible tech platforms providing end-to-end service. Sensor-based data to collaborate with satellite and geospace technology. Products which are revenue loss with multiple perils need to be developed and adopted quickly. Perils like moisture, wind velocity, scanty rainfall, lack of sunlight, hailstorm, floods, tsunami, etc. if we were to talk of agriculture as just one example. It is high time to disrupt your disruption. Need for digital mindset. Mindset of drones, robotics, and high-speed technologies. We also need to understand as to why there is protection gap, and is it on account of ability or finance or other factors. Revolutionary efficiencies and customer experience through digital is the key. How organizations manage, access, and process data are the additional elements to the above key. Digitization, which provides for scalability, cost effectiveness, and better collaboration, thus leading to competitive edge, is the way forward. Now the question arises as to how we can achieve that and what is its significance. I'm sure questions like these we need to deliberate how it can help people in households across the country to have access to an affordable insurance policy that covers health with additional benefits like gym or yoga memberships, life, property, and accidents, and how these policies would offer faster claims, settlements, sometimes within hours. Throughout the day, we will explore various facets of these and many more important topics in one form or the other, and I'm happy that today we will delve into the strategy for penetration and future growth of insurance through Panel 1, changes and new emerging risks and how to mitigate them for a resilient future through Panel 2, and technological developments in the insurance sector, myself being the moderator by Panel 3. I'm happy to note that organizers have assembled a panel of distinguished speakers and thought leaders as panelists for the entire day from various fields of insurance, reinsurance, intermediaries, and insurtech companies who will be sharing their insights, experience, and innovative solutions to address the challenges lying ahead and the opportunity in making insurance accessible to all. As you all take off to this journey together, I would like to remind that you should not forget that the ultimate goal of insurance for all is not just slogan, but a shared responsibility. It is about creating a world where individuals and businesses can thrive, knowing that they have a safety net to fall back on in times of adversity. With much courage and determination, I can say that together we can and we will pave the way for a future where insurance is not a privilege, but a fundamental right, ensuring that every individual and family can lead their lives with confidence, knowing they are protected. I would like to encourage each and every one of you here, and even outside, to actively participate in the discussions, ask questions, and engage with our distinguished speakers and panelists. Your insights and perspectives are invaluable in shaping the future of insurance, reinsurance, and ensuring that it truly becomes a safety net for all. Time for all of us to debate and deliberate upon unlocking the trust, unleashing the access, unimaginable disruption, agility in adoption, navigating newer and newer risk landscapes, strategies around people, processes, and technology, when and how to move from experimentation to empowerment. We will be able to achieve deeper insurance penetration for economic development and our nation building if we focus on leveraging technology, building care networks, offering universal insurance, promoting insurance awareness, building innovative need-based parametric products, innovative add-ons covering out-of-pocket expenses, ensuring affordable pricing, relooking at the age restrictions, and enhancing distribution efficiencies. Thank you all once again for inviting me, having me, giving me your time. I'm humbled. Time is the most precious gift one human can give to another human being, and you all have given me that today. Plethora of knowledge is going to be spread here today, generating millions of sparks, and I'm sure each one of you will carry loads, rather buckets of them back home. Together, we can pave the way for a future where every individual, every family, and every business can embrace the security and safety of insurance and get the peace of mind that insurance offers. Let us make a sincere attempt and see how we together can create a digital symphony and sing the song or the tune of success. यहाँ पे मुझे मजरू सुल्तानपुरी जी की एक लाइन याद आ रही है कि मैं अकेला ही चला था जाने बे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. यही जज्बा रहा तो मुश्किलों का हल भी निकलेगा. जमी बंजर हुई तो क्या, वहीं से जल भी निकलेगा. ना हो मायूस, ना घबरा अंधेरे से मेरे साथी, इन्हीं साथियों के दामन से सुनहरा कल निकलेगा. थैंक यू वंस अगेन. जय भारत.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an entertaining and enriching address. It is my privilege to introduce you all to our guest of honor, Shri Nilesh Sathe, former member Life, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, and former CEO of LIC Mutual Fund. Sathe sir's professional journey began with distinguished roles at Bank of India and Canara Bank, accumulating over 6 years of experience in the banking sector and about 28 years of experience with LIC of India. He is an independent director for Mahindra, Bajaj Alliance, Tata AIA, PB Fintech. He also acts as a financial consultant for Bajaj Finserv, Astute Corporate Services, National Highway Authority of India. He is currently also senior advisor for Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas Mumbai Solicitors. Sir has also authored a book titled Never Give Up, and currently he is a columnist for Lok Satta, Sakal and Vivek Weekly. Please give a huge round of applause to our guest of honor, Shri Nilesh Sathe sir.
Before Mr. Nilesh Sathe comes, I will just take a minute. And just don't get panic, I'm not going to talk on insurance. It's not my forte. But what I know that when you talk about insurance and reinsurance, you know, it's always the person who does that. It's considered one of the hardest sell, you know, among all the products and services. To sell insurance and reinsurance is a very tough job. And the person behind it, one who's successful in that line, has to be very positive, very optimistic. And today I'm happy that one of our the keynote speaker is an epitome of positivity and optimism. He has survived a fatal cancer not only once, twice, but thrice. And still he looks as fit and as enthusiastic. Amazing. Not only that, he has also ensured that the healthcare is good for available for others too. So has made a very generous, rather I should say, he has paid a very generous premium. Normally in insurance, they are only used to collect the premium. But Nilesh has given a very generous premium. He has donated 1 CR from his personal kitty to a cancer hospital in Nagpur. Mr. Nilesh Sathe, please.
Thanks, Ravi, for a generous introduction and a couple of things which, honestly, let me tell you, when somebody introduces me, I want and I like it to be shared with others that I am a cancer survivor 3 times. For the reason that even today, anybody who comes to know that somebody has got a cancer has shivers. Because it's such a dreadful disease. But then, due to improvement in medical science, it's not so dreadful today, and I want to showcase myself to others so that they gain confidence that here is a person who has been operated of cancer thrice from 2012 to 2014, and even after 9-10 years, he is still alive, not just alive, he is enthusiastically sharing his views with us. So this message should percolate that do not get afraid of cancer, get it treated quickly, follow all protocols, and lead your life in the best way that you can, in a positive manner. And human body is such that, it's amazing. Internally, it fights everything that happens to you. So believe in yourself. So thank you, Ravi. Ravi is my schoolmate, incidentally. Thank you, Ravi, for giving me this opportunity. To start with, Mr. Atul Shirodkar, the president of MEDC, Ravi Boratkar, Mr. Sumit Bora, Mr. Tarun Agrawal, Anand Kulkarni, and Anil Pawar, my former colleagues, esteemed panelists who have come here, students, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me compliment MEDC for holding this seminar, which is on insurance and reinsurance subject. And the response that MEDC has received is stupendous. The hall is overcrowded, it is overflowing rather, and that indicates the importance of the subject. As an insurance person, let me tell you a couple of things which over a period of time have emerged. It was in the pre-independence era that there were 245 insurance companies operating in India. Just imagine what was the population that time, and 245 insurance companies were operating in India. Majority of them were not making profits. They were in losses. Majority of them were not paying any bonus to the policyholders. They were in such a bad shape that any time they would have closed. They were like a family affair. And knowing it fully well, the visionary C.D. Deshmukh, who was the finance minister that time, he decided to nationalize the insurance sector. The purpose was, if the insurance companies fail, faith of public or the trust of public in insurance will fail. That should not happen. Insurance money is for a long term, and if at all such a situation arises that the insurance companies are failing, then nobody will come forward to insure himself. With that view in mind, the great economist and the visionary C.D. Deshmukh, he nationalized all the insurance companies together and formed Life Insurance Corporation of India with a mission to spread insurance to the nooks and corners of the country. They did it well. The money was protected. Government gave guarantee to the money which was paid to LIC as premium or to the earlier insurance companies, premiums which were merged with LIC. That also helped, as a result of which, till 1990, insurance business developed. We know that even at a small place, there will be an insurance agent. But that was not enough, especially with the LPG as is commonly known, liberalization, privatization and globalization. It was necessary that the sector should develop in leaps and bounds. as a result of which it was decided that the sector will be opened for private sector also. And as a result of which, today almost 60, 70 insurance companies are operating in India, but definitely not 245. Still 70 insurance companies are there, but again, they also should double. In a small country like Nepal, there are more insurance companies than in India. In England, there are 3 times insurance companies that are operating in India. So it is not that there is no scope. There is scope. But then IRDA thought, what can be the reasons for not many companies coming forward to start insurance business? And the major one, hurdle, which was thought was capital. Insurance is a very capital intensive industry. And surprisingly, the more business you do, the more capital you need. I remember when I was in IRDA, there was one company which was not doing so well. CEO came to me and said, sir, what to do? My promoters have said, you don't do more business because then we will have to pump in more capital and we don't have capital now. Just imagine, because if you are doing more business, you need more capital. And if you don't have more capital, you cannot do more business. So what IRDA thought? IRDA thought that, can we do something different? Can we have insurance company license for doing either regional business in that region itself or line of business? You know, in insurance, there is life insurance, there is health insurance, there is motor insurance, engineering, marine, fire. These are all lines of businesses, health. So if somebody wants to do only motor insurance, he may not need so much of capital because it doesn't have a long tail. Long tail is a technical word, but it means that the liability will close in a year or 2. Accident happens, claim is paid, job is done. If you have got a longer tail like life insurance, where policies, contracts are for 15, 20 years, or sometimes even for life, there are whole life policies. Money will be paid only on death or attaining 100 years of age. So this is a long tail. Obviously more capital will be required. But for businesses which are of short tail, like take example, suppose somebody wants to do business only in Kerala, small state. There are companies like Manappuram or Muthoot Finance, you know. These are all region-centric companies. Suppose they want to do this business and they say that we don't want to spread all our branches all over India and all that. We want to do only in Kerala. Will they need so much of capital? Answer is no. Because what happens in developing economy, capital is always scarce. Capital is shortage. And putting in more capital is very difficult. So if some such innovative, out-of-the-box things can be thought of, then there will be more scope, and accordingly, IRDA has worked it out, and the Insurance Act is likely to be amended. Maybe in the next session it will get amended, where all these changes will happen. The second is usage of technology in insurance. I remember I had read it in one of the books of insurance long time back. It was written by one Mr. S.M. Shirodkar. You must be remembering. He said that I was a branch manager in a rural branch in LIC. And one day, I found people carrying a dead body to my office. Before taking it for funeral, they had brought the dead body to LIC office. And all came inside. I said, why? What happened? Why you have come? Then he said, no, actually the gentleman who has died was having LIC policy. And in order that you should ascertain that he is really dead, we have brought his dead body to you. Why this thinking must be there? Because there used to be something called cattle insurance, where the sheep and the goats and the cows and bullocks, they used to be insured. And it was one of the conditions that a proof is required that the same cow or the bullock has died. So there used to be tagging on the ear. They used to tag. So, and photograph and all that was not there at that time. So the fellow used to be called to check whether the tag is correct or not and then settle the claim. So they thought that probably when man has died, that also may be a requirement of insurance company to ascertain that he has really died. But then over a period of time, the days have changed. It has changed to such an extent now that if a car meets with an accident, through artificial intelligence, by taking 8 photographs, there are insurance companies which are straightway settling a claim. From different angles, you take photograph, put it on WhatsApp, send it to the company. Company will evaluate a claim and inform you within half an hour that a claim for 30,000, 50,000 will be settled. If you are happy, go ahead. Otherwise, go through the process. Now it has come to such an extent. You don't need a surveyor for finding what is the amount of loss. Over a period of time, these changes have happened. The major change that has happened is on health insurance. You may be surprised. There are 50 crore persons who are insured, either through individual health insurance policy, or through group insurance policy, group health insurance policy, or through the policy initiated by the government, which you may be aware of, PM Arogya Bima Yojana. Through all these policies, there are 50 crore, means 50% of the population, or at least 30% of the population is insured. Now, where was health insurance a couple of years ago? Just 20 years ago, the total Mediclaim policies, because there was only Mediclaim policy those days, were not even in crore. See the leaps and bounds in insurance. Still there is abundant scope. Even today, 2/3 of the claims of hospital, means of the hospital bills, are paid from pocket. Only 1/3 are paid through insurance. There are something called wearable devices. You might have heard about it. Wear a Apple Watch and it will record everything relating to your health. How much exercise you have done today, how many steps you have done, how many stairs you have moved. Everything is available there. Now, if you are allowing insurance companies to connect it to the insurance company's IT infra, they will come to know that you are a perfect fit person, waking up at what time, going for a walk, jogging, gym, this and that. Why should I charge you the same amount of premium as I am charging to somebody else whose details are not with me? So, premium used to be charged on level basis. Everybody is same. But it is not so. My driving skills are different. My car is different. My way of driving is different. Like, I will give you an example. There are 2 cars. One is always in a garage. He only goes to office and comes back. Office is only 5 kilometers. Another car, which moves all around throughout the day. Wife drives the car, son drives the car, everybody drives the car. Whether premium should be same for both the cars? No. But how do we come to know that it should not be same? For that, now insurance companies are charging premium based on your declarations. I will drive maximum 10,000 kilometers in a year, my car. Premium will be charged based on that. My car is always in garage. Now, when car is in garage and the house is also insured, if something happens to the house, it will happen to car also. Why charge double premium? Premium for car also and premium for house also. So insurance companies have changed their approach and attitude. This is what is called as underwriting. Proper underwriting, actually underwriting a risk is very important. And if you underwrite proper risk, then your results also match with your estimates. This is important. Again, on health insurance, people were afraid that if I am diabetic and if I disclose that I am diabetic, insurance company will not give me health insurance. But friends, insurance is a contract based on utmost good faith. The client should disclose his financial position, his health position, and everything. Insurance company will assess the risk and quote the premium. If something is not disclosed and later on at the time of claim, insurance company comes to know about it, then you are in trouble. What for you have taken insurance? That in case of difficulty, I should have my claim settled. So, utmost honesty from customer's point of view is also required, and there is nothing to fear. Now, health insurance is also given to people who have got heart attack, who have got diabetes, who have got cancer. There is some waiting period. What does waiting period means? Means for 4 years, after taking the policy, if you keep renewing, and subsequently, even because of the disclosures that you have made, like diabetes or heart or hypertension or whatever it is, you have to get admitted to hospital, the claim will be settled. No questions asked. This is what is called waiting period. So those days have gone. There is no need to hide anything from the insurer. It is better to disclose everything so that proper risk is assessed. And many times, even today, I came across one of my friends who is now nearing 65. One day he came to me and said, Nilesh, I am really sorry. For the last 10 years, I have been paying premium for health insurance and nothing has happened to me. I have lost entire money. Whatever sum assured I have paid my premium for during last 10-15 years. And I have not taken a single rupee claim. So I want to stop paying premium now. So I told him, Satish, on the contrary, whether you did not claim is a matter of rejoice or grief. It is actually a matter of rejoice that I did not fall sick. I did not get admitted. This is a matter of rejoice. But you are feeling that it is a matter of grief. It's unfortunate. And moreover, if you stop now, is there any guarantee that tomorrow you may not need it? Statistically, it is worked out that whatever amount of money a person spends on his medical treatment throughout his life, 80% of the same is spent 2 years before his death, within the last 2 years of his death. Nobody knows when somebody is going to die. So stopping premium at some point of time, saying that I did not claim anything, is futile, is insane. Moreover, for senior citizens like us, beyond 70, if somebody even wants to take health insurance, no insurance company will give you health insurance. But if you continue your policy from 50, 60, then 65, 70, nobody can refuse renewal of insurance premium, insurance policy till death. Now see what a great advantage it is. Nobody can refuse. So these are the things which are important. The panel discussion is going to be there on penetration, so I will not dwell upon that in the inaugural speech. But you'll be surprised to know that the penetration in India has crossed the penetration in UK. We'll deal with it when we go to the subject in detail. General insurance penetration has crossed 1%, life insurance has crossed 3%. But still there is much more scope. And I'm sure with more and more awareness, financial literacy growing, the importance of insurance being understood by people, the uncertainties of life being understood by young generation, the insurance penetration will increase manyfold. Again, at the end of the talk, let me thank MEDC for holding this conference. And I'm sure each one of us sitting here will be benefited because of the panelists and the panel discussions. The subjects which are chosen are also very relevant, and I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sathe sir, for sharing your wealth of knowledge with us. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll now view the message from our Honorable Minister, Dr. Bhagwat Karad.
Morning everyone. Morning everyone. It gives me great pleasure to attend and inaugurate MEDC Insurance and Reinsurance Conference 2023 held at YB Chauhan Center, Mumbai. On this occasion, President of MEDC Mr. Atul Shirodkar, Senior ex-President Mr. Nandakishore Kaglewal, who is from my city, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. It is important to know that Maharashtra Economic Development Council is formed by the eminent economist and visionary late Dr. Dhananjay Rao Gadgil. MEDC is well known for engaging in quality socio-economic research, imparting valuable information and education to the general public relating to trade, commerce and industry. It is also important to understand that MEDC is promoting awareness of the social responsibility of business by taking cognizance of institutions and individuals for outstanding contribution in the areas of quality, science, technology, public services and social welfare. Coming to the subject, both insurance and reinsurance have a vital role to play in the socio-economic development of our country. Risk which can be insured has increased economically, and it is important in every walk of the life today. It is important to note that this MEDC plays a very important role in the public awareness. Insurance companies have an important role to play in the development process. They can help to promote the all-important savings habit in both the public and the private sectors by building a relationship of trust, mutual benefit. The middle and the lower income socio-economic groups are a huge potential market to be tapped, as they are the ones needing insurance the most and also ready to pay a reasonable amount as a premium payable per annum. To develop viable life insurance schemes, it is important to understand people's perceptions of reality and customize a package that is accessible, available, affordable, and acceptable to all sections of the society. In today's world of growing uncertainty, coupled with our demographic diversity that will continue to remain a work in progress, the development of the insurance market is complete only when it reaches all sections of the society, especially the vulnerable and marginalized living in the far remote area of the country. In order to ensure that our insurance companies take forward their business operations to rural areas, our government has introduced many mandatory laws and schemes to serve the underserved population of our country that will help to bridge the damaged supply gap in the hinterland as well as ensure a more equitable spread of insurance coverage amongst all geographical sections of India. But more focus is still needed in rural areas to provide awareness about various insurance products and how they could help to local population. It will lead a more secure life for themselves and their future generations. The successful penetrations of the insurance industry in India still poses a challenge which needs to be overcome. As we all know, climate change is a major concern for the world and especially for India. In this regard, insurance companies could play a key role in supporting the transitions to a low carbon, more climate resilience economy by providing financial products and services, promoting sustainable practices and helping to manage climate related risks. For example, they could offer green bonds and renewable energy insurance that supports the development of sustainable infrastructure throughout the country. Ultimately, what gets insured gets built. And as our economy looks to transactions into a low carbon, more climate resilient framework, the job of building sustainable green business models and physical infrastructure is vast. This is a social responsibility that the insurance sector could undertake. To conclude, the insurance industry can play a pivotal role in addressing many of our current socio-economic concerns. However, a certain amount of policy and regulatory groundwork may still need to be carried out to ensure that the industry operates at its optimal potential. The aim should be to provide more and better quality products and services, keeping in mind the changing structure of our economy as well as our demographic composition. It should also be enhanced accountability at all levels through increased clarity in terms, disclosure of hidden charges of any, and minimum guarantee of the invested funds to all clients. By working proactively with all stakeholders across both public and private sectors, the industry can leverage its collective influence to drive positive change across the broader economy and contribute meaningfully in the work task of nation building. In conclusion, in order to increase insurance penetration, current IRDAI chairman and his team is taking all efforts to reach every Indian household by 2047. This is possible if all insurance companies attempt is sincerely and organizations like MEDC create awareness. I wish good luck in this effort to make this a reality. I would like to thank MEDC for inviting me to speak on this platform today. I wish the conference all success. Let me assure you all our government's unstinted support to your noble efforts at all times. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We deeply appreciate Dr. Karad's support and his efforts to convey this message. Thank you to Honorable Minister for his virtual message and for inaugurating this important event. I would now request this conference's event project head Anand Kulkarni sir to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, it is said that whenever mic comes in Anand's hand, he takes minimum half an hour. So, strategically, Sheetal saw to it that I will propose a vote of thanks only. So I'm standing before you to propose a vote of thanks. First of all, in fact, I would like to just give a brief. MEDC was new to me. I'm a member of MEDC since last 2 years. This gentleman named as Ravi Boratkar inducted me, and the key person who was responsible for introducing me to MEDC was none other than my friend and colleague from LIC and HDFC days, Mr. Anil Pawar. So I was really surprised that such a eminent body named as MEDC had not floated a topic of insurance and reinsurance till date. So during our committee meeting, I just proposed it, and it was literally lifted like a pot of gold. And today I am seeing the result that such a huge, overwhelming response has come up. Then immediately when this came up, I also felt that I should try to approach somebody who can give me a positive vibes. And that gentleman was none other than Rohit Boda. I just told him that there is one event that's happening, sir, and I want your support. He was the first one to approve of a sponsorship for this particular event. So Rohit ji, thank you so much. Then the series started, my dear friends. Then I took a back seat, and the person who was driving the entire journey of this particular MEDC event of reinsurance and reinsurance was none other than Sheetal Panchal. Give a big round of applause to her. Yes, Jaideep, yes, Anil, all were there to support, and the sequence began. Ravi ji contacted Nilesh sir, although I had a very close affinity and I regard him as my guru actually, to Nilesh Sathe, but he said, no, nothing doing. I know his mother has taught me also, so I am his student and I am going to talk. So I said, no problem, so you please go ahead. So Ravi ji went to Nilesh sir, and Nilesh sir also immediately agreed. The vibrant talk that you saw today, the examples that you saw talk today were absolutely ground reality. This gentleman has worked on the ground, Mr. Nilesh Sathe, and he has risen himself to the level of almost being like member life of IRDA. Dear friends, he is a role model leader, and in life insurance his contribution is immense, I would say. He was quoting the examples of 1 or 2 books that he has read, but those books were talking about, which he has implemented in his life also. I remember in the year 2001, I went to his cabin and told him, sir, there is one international conference and I am supposed to address that. That was the first conference after privatization. I hope you remember, sir. He told me, Anand, don't worry, you will do a great job. I was the youngest speaker at that time to talk about different distribution channels at an international forum in Delhi. And Inder Kumar Gujral ji, the Prime Minister then, was the one who had inaugurated that particular session. So he gave me all the tips, he instilled that confidence in me, and I went and delivered an excellent program there actually. So and I think Deepak Godbole, who is sitting here amongst the audience and who is one of the panelists today, also was there on that particular day actually. So that is how the entire journey began. So all the eminent speakers here on the dais, Sumit ji has come up with a beautiful concept and he has talked about various aspects actually. My personal thanks to Sumit ji for sharing his wisdom over here. Ravi Boratkar sir, yes, of course, he is the pillar of it. Anil Pawar, who has been a supporting person for us, and the musical man. I met him a few days back, but I became his fan. Mr. Tarun Agarwal, the NIA chief. I could see that the young dynamism that he is bringing to the entire NIA, National Insurance Academy, Pune, Maner. I would request you all to visit that particular premises, one of the best premises to visit and also study there. JB Boda and NIA are planning out various initiatives, and I'm sure that will come down to you all. Young students sitting over here are really worthwhile. You should explore these possibilities. It will not be a 2-year full MBA program, but short-term courses we are coming up with. It will be job-oriented, and you people can explore that as one of the best options for you all. Insurance industry is the industry which is showing a double-digit growth, my dear friends, in spite of recession. So there's a huge potential waiting for all the students sitting over here, and you all can make a difference for yourself and your family together. A live example of what insurance can do is here in front of you. I started, nobody was there in my family in insurance industry. In the year 1989 I started, and today I am here with JB Boda Group as a group and training leader head. So my dear friends, emerging markets also needs insurance people. So look at that also as one of the powerful tools for you all. So there's a huge potential and opportunity in this industry. The dignitaries have already spoken a lot about it. I don't want to speak much more. So thank you very much, each one of you sitting on the dais, sir. Nilesh sir, thanks for honoring the words and, coming up over here. I'm really happy that you are, contributed a lot to us. Yes, the chit has come as usual, Stop, Anand. No, but yes. I would like to thank upon all the sponsors, Life Insurance Corporation of India again came to our rescue. The major amount of sponsorship has been coming from Life Insurance Corporation of India, ICICI Lombard, New India Assurance, I already mentioned JB Boda Group. Media partners, Business Standard and Maharashtra Times also have done a great job for us actually. The publicity that this forum has attracted is tremendous. The decorator events by Ratan, photographer, PSD photography. I need to say that, otherwise my photographs will not be captured, right? But yes, they are always there for us and they are doing a great job. Yashwantrao Chavan Pratishthan, my dear friends, through which we have got this particular hall, a beautiful hall, let's say. MEDC team members, each one of them have stood like a, backbone for me. I was talking to them, I was inviting them, I was telling them that this program has to be a success. And trust me, friends, under the new leadership of Atul Shirodkar sir, this program is the first program that we are doing under the new presidentship of Atul Shirodkar, and many more to come. This, I promise, will be an yearly event which will happen in the coming years. MEDC has a responsibility. With due permission, sir, I have declared that. Okay. Thank you so much. So MEDC has a greater responsibility and larger coverage, my dear friends, and I'm sure we'll be able to do it at a much more larger platform. I'm thankful to all my colleagues who are here, who have come from JB Boda Group, and all the students. And Yashwi madam, she had given me an opportunity of talking about careers in life insurance. We were talking about the financial wellness workshop in Amity University. There's one more gentleman, Dean of MET Institute, actually, where I am a guest faculty. I am there with them for last 15-20 years. Actually, when the insurance started, I was there. And the person who introduced me in MET was Deepak Godbole, who is sitting here, actually. So Arun Patil, sir, who is the Dean of Insurance, also is here. Dr. Doss from NIA. Harsh from IRM London. My dear friends, risk management is going to play a very important role. Every industry requires it. And risk managers are employed at left, right, and center. So you all should look at that and participate into it. I have given the proposal to MET and Amity also for the purpose of understanding level 1 certification programs. So please try to explore what are the different things happening in the insurance industry. This is to all the students over here, and ensure that you people are going to take your careers to the next level. Insurance is the say for the future. Currently it's double-digit growth that it's showing. It should multiply. Thank you so much. This program would not have been successful without the participation of all of you over here. So my sincere thanks to each one of you sitting over here, all the panelists, all the leaders, all the moderators. Thank you so much. If I have missed any name, pardon me. And thank you so much once again. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais, and I request them to kindly join us off the dais as we begin our panel discussions for the day. I would request Sathe sir to please stay on the dais as we are starting with the first panel. So our first panel discussion is about Our first panel discussion is about strategy for penetration and future growth of insurance. Our moderator of this panel is Shri Nilesh Satheji, and our panelists, I would like to welcome them on the dais, Shri Deepak Godbole, Academic Advisor, former General Manager of General Insurance Council and Secretary General of Insurance Institute of India, Shri Arun Patil, Dean of MET Knowledge City, Shri Saroj Satpathy, Chief Operating Officer, JB Boda Group, and Shri Mihir Vora, Practice Head and Joint Vice President of Property and Large Risks at Aditya Birla Insurance Brokers Limited. We eagerly anticipate the enlightening and enriching discussion that will follow. Sathe sir, I request you to kindly take over this discussion, which will be later on followed with a Q&A session.
Yeah. Still good morning. Good morning, everybody. 15 minutes to 12. The first panel discussion will be moderated by me. The topic is strategy for penetration and future growth of insurance. A very relevant topic. The panelists that I have, eminent panel comprising of Mr. Deepak Godbole to my left, Mr. Arun Patil, my former colleague, Shri Saroj Satpathy from JB Boda and Company, Mr. Mihir Vora from Aditya Birla Insurance Brokers. Let me initiate the discussion with some opening remarks. How many of you understand what is penetration of insurance? Please raise hands. I am not going to ask you a question. Quite a good number. But for those who have not raised hands, let me tell you. Penetration of insurance is a ratio of premium received to the GDP. Now, if the premium increases by say 20%, as Anand was saying, it is growing in double digit, and the GDP increases by say 6-7%, which is at present we are growing, then obviously penetration will go up because it's a ratio of penetration to GDP. So if premium to GDP. So if premium grows at a faster pace than the GDP, then obviously penetration will go up. Simple terms. Historically, how is it that it has grown? Let us have a look at. Insurance penetration means premium to GDP. Obviously, GDP was increasing at a faster rate from 1990 onwards, especially from 2000 onwards. At some point of time, it was hovering around 7, 8, 9% as well. And the insurance premium was not increasing to that extent. As a result of which, the penetration was almost stagnant at about 2%, 2.5% for many, many years. It was post-liberalization that the penetration started increasing. And the latest figures that we have indicates that in case of life insurance, the insurance penetration of India is at 3.3%, while in case of general insurance, it is slightly over 1%. General insurance is non-life. You'll be surprised to know that in India, the life insurance penetration is almost 2.5 times more than that of general insurance. But it is not the case in other advanced countries. It is actually the other way around. The general insurance premium collection is much more than the life insurance premium collection. So the general insurance penetration is more by percentage than the life insurance. But here it is the other way around. There are historical reasons for that. Because life insurance was right from beginning, since LIC was formed 1956, was focused as an instrument of savings more than as an instrument of risk coverage. Everybody knows that if you want to buy a term insurance, the premium is pretty low. But if you want to buy a savings-oriented insurance, life insurance, then the premium will be more. Because it has got an investment element also inbuilt there. Right or wrong, I'm not saying it was a wrong strategy. Actually, those days, people wanted to save money. Government wanted them to move from non-financial assets to financial assets. Insurance was one of the financial assets, like banking. People had faith in insurance because it was backed by government. So people historically thought of putting money with Life Insurance Corporation of India or with insurance companies, not only as term insurance, but as an element of savings also. As a result of which, the total life insurance premium, it was much more than the general insurance premium. General insurance premium was restricted mainly to motor insurance because it was compulsory. Even today it is compulsory. Third party is compulsory. But now the days are changing. The health insurance, as I was deliberating upon, has increased by leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. Health insurance has registered more than 25% annualized growth in the last couple of years, which has not happened with any line of business. So the general insurance premium is growing. Obviously, the general insurance penetration is also growing. And the day is not far off when the general insurance penetration will match with the life insurance penetration, because now the new millennials, that is the new generation sitting here, the youngsters, they understand the importance of insurance. Insurance is for coverage of risk on life. You should be adequately covered for contingency of death, or that is mortality or morbidity. Morbidity is health insurance. And for that, you should be covered to the extent of at least 100 times of your monthly income, which you can do by paying hardly 5 to 10% of your income by way of premium if you buy term insurance. The youngsters, millennials have understood the importance of insurance. And as a result of which, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore policy is not much today. Many have got it. So people will move from savings-oriented insurance plans of life insurance to risk-oriented plans of life insurance, whereby the premium earning may come down. Because in case of savings, the premium earning is much more than the term. So the general insurance penetration is likely to grow at a faster rate going forward. Now, knowing this general background of what penetration is all about, I have got eminent panelists here. They are from various walks of life. Mr. Arun Patil was a senior divisional manager in LIC once upon a time. He has got not only the marketing experience, but also in academics. He is a dean of MET Institute of Business Management. So he has got a combination of both. He understands life insurance well as he understands the education part of it well. I got another eminent panelist, Deepak Godbole, who understands reinsurance better because he was in General Insurance Corporation of India for years, and also education because he was heading Insurance Institute of India for 3 years. Then I got Saroj Satpathy, who is from one of the biggest broking company, JB Boda and Company. He doesn't have just an experience of general insurance in India. You may not be aware, but JB Boda is operating in many other jurisdictions of the world. So he has got international experience and exposure of how to take insurance forward in India as well. And I got the last panelist, who is from Birla Broking Company, which is doing hardcore broking business. So I'm fortunate to have eminent panelists today. And to start with, I would request each one of them to give their overview of what the topic is all about and what is their view on how do we increase penetration in India. I will start with Deepak Godbole. Over to Deepak.
First of all, thank you MEDC for giving me this opportunity to be with you all here, and thank you sir for introducing me. Insurance is a subject which takes large number of years for you to learn what it is. Basically it is, as sir has already said, has its own kind of intricacies into it of life insurance, of general insurance, of reinsurance, etc. But I think, sir, I'll take your kind of question about relevance to the topic. What do I think about it? I personally feel that insurance is a financial service, and somehow it is considered to be a bit of a laggard compared to the other financial services, which are banking, which are securities and capital markets, etc. It is also slower in adapting to the external environment very quickly, and also adopting to the technological changes that are happening. Now, having said this, these would be some of the areas because of which whatever we are saying that the penetration is low and people are not in a position to buy insurance in the numbers that we see. The banking is progressing or the capital markets are progressing. This would be the background I thought I would say on this particular subject. But at the same time, I would say that through the education, because as sir said, I was a hardcore person with academics. I kept my connect with academics, with the writings, etc. That connected me with the buyers as well. And I would say, sir, there is a role for academics and awareness creators, mainly in creating the demand side response to the supply side initiatives that have been taken by either the insurance companies or by the regulator. We all know, and that is why continuously we have been hearing that the regulator is planning to bring to a level that in the 100th year of our independence, there should be insurance for all, and for which a lot of efforts are being done. And sir, as it was said earlier, I think it is a combined effort that will take us to that particular stage. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Over to Arun Patil.
Namaste. Namaste means the God inside me bows down to the God inside you. आपने भी नमस्कार करके शुरुआत की थी. No PPT, no GPT. Because PPT neither has power nor point. And since we are in the business of human beings, the technical responses of GPT will not be appropriate. 42 years in life insurance, still alive. The insurance people know the significance of this statement. Half the life in a public sector organization called LIC, along with Nilesh when we were colleagues. Half the life in private sector insurance industry with ICICI and Kotak Life Insurance. And remaining 1/4 of life in the academics now with MET. One very important point I would like to mention here in continuation of what both the colleagues have said. Insurance penetration, though at 3.3%, still remains, considering the Indian situation, a miserably low figure. One of the reasons which I feel has gone wrong in the last 23 years of privatization is the wrong focus on non-insurance products. Since I was a part of the private sector, I know how we were fighting LIC. LIC was a big, huge giant, an elephant. And all these small companies, they could never fight an elephant. So what did they decide as a strategy? They said, let us sell what LIC is not selling. That is term insurance and the great ULIP products, unit-linked insurance products. Term insurance somehow lagged behind, but the ULIPs picked up. Because it suited everyone in the industry. It suited the salesman because it was much easier to sell ULIP product as compared to a life insurance product. It suited the customer because he came to know for the first time what the life insurance company is doing with my premium, how are they investing it. It suited the company because they were transferring the risk to the market. It suited IRDA also because a lot of business was happening. And the government, of course, it suited because it was getting a lot of money. As you all know, 85% goes to the government. So this continued. And top it all, from 2000 to 2008, the stock market was booming. It went on booming. You're all aware about it. But we were heading for a disaster. So much of mis-selling happened of unit-linked products that some of the agents, the sales representatives, they used to promise 30% returns, 40% returns. आप सिर्फ 3 साल तक प्रीमियम भरिए, उसके बाद जिंदगी भर पॉलिसी चलती रहेगी. You all know that. And then came 2008. Some of the companies, including LIC, had huge portfolios of unit-linked products. The company where I was working had 93% portfolio of unit-linked product. I used to tell the top management, we are heading for a disaster, sir, if there is a market crash. And there was. Millions of people lost billions of rupees. But money was one thing. Once again, they lost the confidence, as my friend Mr. Nilesh was telling. They lost confidence in the life insurance concept and the industry as a whole. In fact, IRDA came out in 2010 with very strict regulations about ULIPs, with a very iconic and laconic statement, the party is over. Well, sir, when the party was happening, what were you doing? Anyway, it's better late than never. The point I'm trying to make here is, then the industry recovered. And today we are at such a level where once again, term insurance and whole life insurance is coming to the forefront. I entirely agree with Nilesh. I know when we were together, we used to be having the same views. The whole world, if you observe the insurance scenario, the wisest thing to do is to buy term and invest the rest. You can't marry insurance and investment. One of the stupidest policies, we have something called money back, which is neither here nor there. Buy term and invest the rest. And therefore, in my opinion, the deepest penetration and the widest penetration of insurance, particularly life insurance, can happen only if we go back to selling term insurance and whole life insurance based on HLV concept, as you are all again aware, human life value concept. This is not the time to go into the technicalities of it, but the capitalized value of all the future net earnings of an individual net of his expenses is human life value. And therefore, the way to go forward and increase the penetration, in my opinion, is the human life value based term insurance and whole life insurance selling. Thank you, Nilan.
What Arun said is absolutely right, because honestly, let me tell you what happened in the industry. ULIP was something which was not understood by anybody, right from regulator to the customer. It was introduced because this product existed abroad and many foreign partners were the partners of foreign insurance companies in India, and they thought that this is a good product to be introduced in India. But the regulator, who was the regulator? The members of regulator were from LIC. They did not know what ULIP is all about. As a result of which, a short-term ULIP, irrespective of age, was given to the customers. IRD did not object because they did not know what may be the consequences. As a result of which, there have been cases in the past where a person took single premium policy for 5 lakhs at age of 60, 65, and on 70, when his policy got matured, he got a check for 12,000. He went to court. These are actual things which have happened. I don't want to name the company because company is not important. What is important is not understanding the product by the regulator also, and by the customer also, and by anybody for that matter, because since it is linked to the market, the stock market, if the stock market falls, obviously the NAV will fall. Secondly, as the age grows, the term insurance premium will increase year after year. So there will be cancellation of higher number of units from the kitty, and whatever is the balance will be paid. So the balance came to be a partly sum, which was not acceptable to anybody, because in the past, everybody thought at that point of time that if I am insured for 5 lakhs, I will get at least 5 lakhs, without understanding that this is a unit-linked product. But then, better late than never, the IRD also woke up. There was a clash between SEBI and IRD at that time. Some of you may be aware of it. As a result of which, the ULIP guidelines were modified. The product guidelines were modified by IRDA. And now, unless the product actually proves to IRDA that there will be a positive return in case of ULIP, product is not approved. Positive return, bear it in mind. So for age beyond 45, generally ULIP is not approved. I'm saying generally. Because beyond 45, if yearly premium is deducted, obviously as age grows up, the premium will also go up, higher cancellation of units will be there, but he has to prove that for that age, there will be a positive return at the end of the term. So, IRD also became wise later on. But yes, this is something which happened. The next panelist is Mr. Satpathy. Mr. Satpathy, as I said, has got international experience as well. And I would like him to express his views on what is the position of penetration and how to increase it. Especially in the light when going forward, if more and more people get focused on term insurance, then how the total premium will go up. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Sate, and from good morning to good afternoon to everyone. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you, and most importantly, Mr. Patil spoke about 42 years in the industry as far as life insurance is concerned, and I'm 2 years junior to you as far as 40 years of experience in general insurance is concerned. So, having spent 40 years in the insurance line, which is into general, I think general life is possibly two sisters who hardly speak to each other. It's possible because of their husbands. So the husband, if in the government of India, possibly gets more money out of LIC and not from GIC. Anyhow, that's on a very on a different lighter note that I'm trying to speak about. But coming back to the question about the penetration. Now, yes, we are trying to do a penetration of 1.9% by 2030. 2047, insurance for all. Sounds pretty good. We have maybe 130, 140 people sitting out here. Leaving aside those who are working in insurance, if I just pose a question to any of the students who are sitting here, whose father or mother are working, or you have a car in your family, you would be knowing about two insurances. One is car, or the motor car, sometimes it's called auto. The other is health. And some of you may not be knowing what is insured and how much I'm insured for, what is this that happens. We all suffer from a concept called never suffer syndrome. Anything happens, it is the never who is going to suffer. Cancer, it's my never. Accident, it's my never. We always believe or sit down and relax with an intention that nothing is going to happen to me. Nothing is going to happen to my family. And so, why should I buy insurance? And what does it pay to me? This is a question which Mr. Sate also spoke about. So, if you go to Western countries, the idea is when you buy insurance, you are buying a policy not to in expectation of something to happen. It is in the expectation of to cover yourself in terms of need. Mostly economically developed countries, India is going to be a developed country and soon, that's what we hear. But when we talk about general insurance, you'll find out the penetration has happened, whatever increase has happened, because of some of the government schemes that is going on and doing so well. But is it any one of you, how many of you, if I ask any one of you to raise your hands, how many of you of your family would be having a medical policy or a health policy? I think maybe 20% would say that they would have it, or they don't know whether they have it or not. But a motor insurance is a must. That's because it's a government regulation which says that you have to have it. Secondly, most of the people also will say that we have not renewed my two-wheeler policy. How many of you will be having a two-wheeler policy here? Okay. Now, if you have, all of you have two-wheeler, have you renewed your policy? That's, do you know that 50% of the motor policy is not renewed second time? This is where we are. When we're talking about penetration, I think it's the ability, or it is the understanding of the situation. It is the, I like the word which Mr. Sate spoke in the morning, protocol. I like the word very much. Do we have a protocol? Do we really know that what we need to do? And why should we do it? I think that's very important. And here, the regulator has a huge role to play. The regulator, when the regulator comes in, the regulator has to make it easy for everybody to understand that why should they buy insurance policy. If you buy a motor insurance policy and there is no claim, you get a no claim bonus. Right now, most of the insurance companies in health are coming back with a lot of, I don't call it freebies, but they call it, increase, sum insured, reinstatement of a policy, so many other things, features are coming in. But all of us sitting here, not many of you are aware of it. Now, awareness, or we call it having a protocol to understanding the things, is something that we are lacking. And the lacking is not because we do not attend many conferences. The lacking is because we do not want to get into this, because if I don't have property, why should I think about insurance? So I think the understanding comes from the fact that if you have 140 crores of people, how many people have wealth which they want to insure? How many people can afford to insure? And third most important thing, do they think that they need it or they never needs it? Because never is going to always suffer and not, it's not me. So I think the concept or the usually what we call it, the idea of insurance emanates from the fact that there is a need, there is a disposable income available with you to cover the need. And third important thing is that you always believe that the regulation is so well defined that in case there is a claim in coming days, because insurance is all about getting a claim. We all spoke about term insurance and we all spoke about ULIP. Do you know that nobody wants to die? So nobody gets the money. So why term insurance is because of that. The term insurance, basically, when you said this, I understand why you should buy a term insurance because it's cheaper. It covers you for the death and it actually gives to your family. One very fantastic question was asked to me. I'm a general insurance guy, but I was asked this in the life insurance. In a very lighter note again, somebody asked me, do I have to pay for life insurance? Okay, how do I get money back? I told only when you die. So I told, that means I will never enjoy my money. So I told, do you want to enjoy your money after your death? So he told, no, it's my wife or it's my somebody who I actually possibly write as my the person who will be getting the money nominee. They will get it. I told yes. He told, then why should I spend it? Look at the question. The question is that why should I spend money if I am not going to get it? But in a general insurance, you are very clear that if you spend the money and there is a claim tomorrow, you are going to get it. But then still we are not buying it. So do we lack sincerity? Do we lack the intention of buying it? Do we understand it? I think all of us sitting here are responsible to make you understand as to why you should buy. This is not about spending money. It is spending your resources to cover yourself in case of a loss. In an insurance parlance, it's very well defined. To put you in the same position as you were before the loss. It is so well defined. Somebody has written very well. So before the loss, you are at suppose 1 rupee. After the loss, you are at 1 rupee if you buy your insurance. That's exactly precisely the point. I think I would possibly give it back to you and we'll have to go to this next session. But it was honestly wonderful speaking about the life insurance. Thank you.
Yes, the next panelist is Mr. Mihir Vora. Mihir Vora is Practice Head and Joint Vice President, Property and Large Risks. Now everybody understands that property insurance has still lesser penetration in India. Motor has highest, health has a good penetration. Now health has crossed motor actually. Property has least, almost least I will say, maybe fire, matching with fire. So what are the reasons for this and how this can go up? I would like him to throw light on this.
Thank you so much, sir. See, I was listening to all of you and I was wondering that, look, the awareness level of life insurance, which is so critical, okay? Health insurance, which is extremely critical because I have to live. And if I have to live, I need my good health, okay? If the awareness levels of such kind of critical insurance is so low in our country, okay, then what about property? Hum to last aate hain. Okay, I am sure, okay, the statistics say that less than 1% of the houses in the entire country are insured. Less than 1%. I can ask any of you whether if you don't have a housing loan, how many of you have actually insured your houses? Okay, you buy a laptop, do you take insurance? You buy an expensive mobile phone, do you take insurance? Okay, you don't. Okay. The point is the awareness level, or as he rightly said, neighbor ko hoga, mujhe nahi hoga. Okay, that syndrome is there in our country. Okay, and there is an extremely low awareness. That's number one. The question you asked is how can it go up? Now, if I have to answer your question, I would like just 2-minute detour to tell you why it is so, why there is a problem. Today, we, as a country, we have 76 years of independence, okay, today. But economic freedom, we got it in 1991, okay. And insurance as an industry, the LPG, what you said, liberalization, privatization, globalization. In India, it started in the year 2001, or the year 2000 only, okay. So we, as an industry, as a fraternity, are just 23-year-old. And honestly, we are in a sunrise sector. We are, in insurance terminology, we are still an infant. Okay, we are still an infant. You compare yourself with, say, United States or Western powers, we are nowhere. But still, we have come a very long way in the last 23 years. Okay? Very long way. India was, I think, the 20th largest market in the year 2004 or 2003. Today, it is the 10th largest insurance market. And in the year 2034, it is expected we will be the 5th largest insurance market. Okay? Leapfrogging. So, insurance is, in India, is just born, I would say. Okay? And I look at the young friends and I say, you are in an extremely fantastic zone where you have an industry which is going to promise you double-digit growth for the years to come. Again, and I would like to also state Mr. Sumit Bora's point that many of us came into insurance by chance, not by design. Because our thinking, when we were studying, our thinking was socialist thinking. That government will control everything. And if I want to be, and our parents used to say, agar aap अच्छे बच्चे हो, पढ़ाई करो, engineer बनो, doctor बनो, lawyer बनो, और फिर अच्छी job करो. Okay, अच्छी job means what? Number one, government, IAS and all that. Number two, defense. Number three, government sector. Number four, public sector organizations like LIC, New India and all. Number five, Tata Birlas. Number six, some small companies. Number seven, SMEs. Okay. Number 8, number 9, number 10. And then where does insurance fit here? Nowhere. Okay. So insurance, कौन बेचता था? इंश्योरेंस वो लोग बेचते थे जिनको कहीं नहीं मिला इनमें से. The intermediaries which used to sell insurance, okay, the life insurance. The life insurance actually made a good penetration thanks to the agency force that they had, okay. But who was the agency force? जो agency force को कहीं और setting नहीं हुआ और उनके पास पैसे भी नहीं हैं अपना बिजनेस कर सकें, वो इंश्योरेंस एजेंट बनते थे. So we did not get talent during those days. Okay, I'm very happy to see a lot of students here because see during our college days we never thought that I will be in insurance company. Okay. In fact, I was lucky I'm in insurance because I was actually a part of oil and gas sector. I started my career there. Okay, and by luck, by chance, it became a British multinational company sitting in Ahmedabad. And I was shifted into risk management to take care of technical as well as commercial aspects. I was wondering insurance and risk management kya hota hai? I was more happier in supply chain, in technical aspects. Okay, but then I really learned, you have to understand the thinking beyond it. In the year 2002, when there were Gujarat riots, there was a circular from British Gas saying that anybody who lands in Ahmedabad or in Gujarat, the personal accident policy will stand null and void. Okay? That's the kind of thinking. Today, if you land in Israel, your personal accident policy will not pay is the understanding because there is a sure risk. What is risk management? We have to understand. So, हम लोग सोचते ही नहीं थे. मेरे घर को कुछ नहीं होगा, so मेरे पास घर का इंश्योरेंस नहीं था. So because of the kind of mindset we had, okay, the insurance penetration was very low, especially in property insurance. And if I tell you, in the last 6 months, 4 buildings in South Bombay has caught fire, had severe damages. How many were insured? Unless you have a housing loan, and that also one of my friends told me that if you have a housing loan, bank is giving you loan, they make somehow compulsory to take insurance. Technically, it is not compulsory. Okay. So, unfortunately, it was very poor level of understanding.
Yes.
How it can go up? It is already started. And if we bridge the trust gap, I'm sure it will.
Yeah, Mihirji, very well thoughts that you have put up. I had read somewhere that Nagaland government, after the earthquake, had proposed that every house should be insured and government was going to pay for the premium. And when they approached insurance companies, they found that the premium is very exorbitant. And then, just as you are a risk officer, they called the risk officer of the insurance company and asked, "What is why you are charging so high?" He said, "This is obviously more because yours is an earthquake-prone area. Houses in Maharashtra are not going to fall because of earthquake, but in Nagaland, definitely they are going to fall because of earthquake. So the premium here will be high. We go by numbers because insurance is a business of numbers. If all the houses in the country are insured, then your premium will be 1/10 of what I'm charging."
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
But if only Nagaland is to be insured, then it will be 10 times high because the risk here is very high.
And as a private sector insurer, I will not touch my hands on
He
it.
will not even touch it. You are absolutely right. There was one more proposal which was by Pune Municipal Corporation, if I'm not wrong. If you pay the municipal taxes on time on property, then they were going to insure your house. I think these are some of the innovative ways of increasing the property insurance for that matter. Because more than 50% of the people pay their property taxes on time. So at least their houses will get insured. Third, one more thing which comes to my mind, sir, is the government's approach in case of calamity. Now, government many times supports the people if some calamity happens. Like railway accident ho gaya, 5 lakh declared for every dead and 2.5 lakh for injured. Why? In case you are traveling by air, by road, by train, then there is now a provision for getting yourself insured. Why you are not insured yourself?
Sir, a very
So long
interesting
as
case.
government doesn't give such bounties or what we call as, gratis, dan, insurance importance will not increase. Abroad, especially in US, you may be aware, many times there is cloudburst, there are hurricanes, there is a loss of property, but government doesn't help. They say, why you are not insured yourself? We have seen the cars get flooded, but government doesn't pay. So government also has a role to play in increasing the penetration by not offering such freebies. So this is what is my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I got a few questions. We'll start with Arun. Arun, you are a practicing professional as well as educationalist. Everybody says that insurance penetration is low because financial literacy is low. How do we increase financial literacy and whether it is really increasing and what is the role of educational institutions in increasing the financial literacy? So I just want you to throw light on this.
Hello. I remember an interview on television of a CEO of a private sector insurance company. He was asked a question, what is it that keeps you awake in the night? In other words, what are your important priorities? Nilesh's first answer was lack of domain expertise. Second answer, not very important, attrition, lapsation, profitability, etc. But almost all the CEOs were always plagued by one factor. We don't have the domain expertise, the technical expertise. And that's where, in addition to NIA and in addition to III, a few institutes have started the insurance courses. The institute that I come from, MET, Mumbai Educational Trust, next to Leelavati in Bandra West, we also started MBA in insurance in the year 2004. Every year there used to be a tremendous response because the insurance industry was growing and the stock market was growing and everything was growing. So in the last 10 to 12 years, we have produced 900 insurance MBAs, which have been given to the industry. Then in 2010, we started an association with CII, Chartered Insurance Institute of London. And we run a collaborative course where the students get double certification. They become MBA as well as they become ACII, Associate of Chartered Insurance Institute of London. This course has also produced about 85 insurance professionals, some of whom are already sitting here, and they're occupying positions of great respect, great honor, and great expertise in the insurance industry. So to answer your question, Nilesh, I think to raise financial literacy, not only in the general public, but also among these youngsters, is to tell them that insurance is not a dirty subject. जैसा कि हमारे दोस्त ने कहा, कुछ मिला नहीं इसलिए इंश्योरेंस में आए. No sir, insurance will have to the first priority. सोच समझ के. And for that, to raise the standard of insurance industry, to make it ethical. See, one of the reasons why people have bad image about the insurance industry is because of their past experience. They have been cheated, they have been looted, they have been deceived, they have been duped by the uneducated salespeople. So if you want to impart dignity to the industry and to our concept, such a grand sacred concept, I think we must have continuous educational inputs for the younger generation. That's what I feel.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
good. And friends, let me tell you that not only MET, but there are institutes which are giving MBA degree, like National Insurance Academy is giving MBA in insurance. There is MIT Institute. There is BIMTech, Birla Institute of Technology, BIMTech. That is also giving MBA in insurance. And there is 100% placement of students who do their MBA there. As far as education is concerned, it is not just becoming an MBA in insurance. But what is important is, there are various facets of insurance where you can specialize further. Like surveyor. Not many may be knowing that this is a different profession. Or brokers. This is an entirely different profession. Or the actuarial courses. We were absolutely short of actuaries when the private sector started their shops here. Because for two reasons. One, only LIC had actuaries. So unless LIC actuaries leave, the actuaries, the private insurance companies will not get actuaries. And they were not ready to leave. So acute shortage of actuaries at that point of time. But over a period of time, now number of actuaries have gone up many-fold. And FIA degree, if you have, I think you have made it. So those who are good at statistics, economics, mathematics, they should not stop at only becoming MBA from these institutions, but should take it forward to the next level of FI. Coming to Deepak, I have got a question. IRDA has decided, rather announced, that everybody who is insurable should get insured when India completes 100 years, that is by 2047. How can educational institutes help in achieving this objective?
Okay, I think point number one, we have by now seen that as it is, a lot of institutions do exist in India and they are contributing their bit. But what is more important is that there is also a structured way in which the government of India has decided to do that. We have been hearing these days about the IRDA's initiative of insurance for all. But there is one more important document called as National Strategy for Financial Education, which is giving a road path for 2021 to 2025. Now, what is interesting in that is that a very clear mention about 5 C's have been given in that. The first one is content. We have been all talking about the awareness not being there. But unless there is a believable content which is updated as well, which is available, how do we communicate to people that there is a property insurance which is important? Your houses need to be insured. It is better that you take your health insurance at an early stage of your life and all that, for which the content development is very, very crucial. I'm very happy to say that Insurance Institute of India has been carrying out that responsibility for a number of years. Of course, there have been some lacunas that the content is becoming old and it is not getting updated as the industry is updating itself. Then there is another C which is called as capacity. So you have to create the kind of agents which, as sir you rightly said, that और कुछ नहीं आता है तो agency करता हूँ is not something that is required, but with interest I should be selling insurance so that the trust deficit can be bridged to a large extent. Then comes the kind of community. So you, for whom are you doing it? So you will have to get into the self-help groups, the community associations and all other organizations also onboarded, because it is a game of all. It is not only the supply side efforts that will take us to this particular destination. There is something called as a demand also needs to be created. The next is, how do we do that? Today we are sitting here and doing this exercise the same way the mass media and the social media is to be put to use very efficiently so that this gets communicated. And the last is called as collaboration. So that is where today, unfortunately, a lot of efforts are being done on a silos basis. Now we heard in the morning that the Brokers Association has a booklet which has some information. National Insurance Academy does also bring out a lot of statistical information. Many others are doing that. But you will be surprised that most of us do not know that the government has created the combined efforts of the financial regulators, which are RBI, SEBI, IRDAI and PFRDAI. They have created National Center for Financial Education, and which should be the body actually to see that all the efforts are brought together. So these 5 C's, sir, I have been seeing this as a lot of hope that we can actually achieve what we are trying to
Yes,
do.
good, thank you. Saraji, I have a question for you. Looking at your international experience as you have, do you foresee that there will be a plateau after increasing the penetration to some level, and then there will be a decline? Does it happen abroad? Because what happens, beyond a particular level, people don't contribute towards premium, but their income keeps on increasing. And then the penetration keeps falling. Do you foresee anything, any such happening in India, maybe in another 10, 20, 15, 20 years?
A very interesting question. I agree with you that all the developed countries, sometime or other, mostly like Japan,
yes,
and maybe to some extent some European countries,
also.
US also, they have reached a plateau. Now what exactly he means by the question plateau, in the sense when people stop buying insurance. Why? Because they have bought everything that is available. So a life, home
Property
insurance, a property insurance, whatever they're supposed to buy, they have bought it. Now what? So this is what is going to happen in our country. Chances are very bright, but may not be in the near future. Let's take an example. It will be very clear. If 2047 we are talking about doing 100% insurance for all, which means every individual is covered under a medical policy, or anybody who is having any property or a vehicle is to be covered by some insurance premium he pays, either subsidized by the government or not subsidized by the government, whether it's covered or not. Very unlikely that this is going to be completed in 2047, maybe in 2057, let's say. Yes, the plateau would come, but the plateau would come only for a short period. The reason that we have to be very innovative. Insurance is today is not what insurance is all about, about 10 years back. We have insurance supposed to be indemnity.
Yeah.
Now there's no more remaining as indemnities. More or less it's going to be now, we call it a benefit policy. You know, may not be, all of you may not be aware that you have a health policy which is covers your hospitalization, but you have a benefit policy. If you have a cancer policy,
even without hospitalization, you can get money.
The moment you are detected with cancer, you get the amount that is paid to you for your cancer treatment. Now that's a benefit. Indemnity is a reimbursement, benefit is paid upfront. Now when you are talking about benefit and we are talking about the indemnity policy, so the policies are getting changed. The new things are coming up very fast, and people, I call it satisfaction level of satisfaction. Today, if you have read a book, tomorrow you would like to read another book, or if you would like to, there are sequels of movies now, you would have seen. Sequels of movies.
Yeah.
Why it is coming? Because we would love to see the same thing again and again, but in different avatar. So the different avatar that is going to be coming in, I am sure this is going to happen in the insurance industry as well. We'll be seeing much more different
So it may
policies.
happen, but not in near future.
Not in near future. We would innovate. We would possibly have, like this generation we are talking about in IoT, Internet of Things. We are talking about lot many things which you are not, apart from the reels that you watch, you have a lot many things which is happening. I think education is something that needs to be there. I wish somebody comes out with a reel of 40 seconds talking about insurance. Do that and post it on Insta. That will get more personal.
Right. Mihirji, with shortage of time, because I have got a cheat, only 10 minutes left and some question answers are also to be taken. Only one question for you. Brokers in India is that way a new innovation, I will say, because honestly, in life insurance, there were no brokers till the sector opened up. Most of the brokers used to work only for general insurance. But over a period of time, now brokers are assuming more and more important role in insurance and reinsurance as well. What do you think how the brokers community or the fraternity is going to be important going forward for increasing penetration?
Absolutely. See, the reason why brokers existed in the place, we have to understand that especially in non-life insurance, okay, there were a lot of complicated issues on the industrial insurance front, and there was a necessity of buying capacity from outside India. Okay, that is the reason why brokers were able to stitch programs. Okay, that is the reason why brokers existed. And brokers used to have expertise because of their experience on insurance, as well as reinsurance, as well as client side. So all of this combined, they brought this expertise. In the time to come, okay, what I foresee is that brokers' role is going to play more and more importance, because the next decade, if we are to actually increase penetration, and since as a general insurance, we really have a long way to go, insurance company cannot continuously spend money on distribution, okay, money on servicing. So brokers will assume the servicing roles. As you see abroad, brokers will be doing the processing, servicing, operating of policies. All of these brokers can do. And with technology, this is very easy. It will require capital, it will require expertise, which the brokers have.
Very good.
So I'm sure it's a fantastic opportunity for brokers to grow.
Brokers also. And friends, you may not be aware, but a broker represents the customer, while the agent represents the insurance company. That is the difference. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all panelists, for lively discussion on the subject. I can take 2 or 3 questions because we don't have much time left. So please raise your hand so that you can get. Yes, please. And if you want any specific panelist to reply, that also you say. Otherwise, I will give it open. I will keep it open.
For the great discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Go ahead, we are able to hear you.
You are audible. Go ahead. Yes. So my question is about if like came up from the gig worker industry that is booming and the entire issue about them not being insured. So my question is,
to the kind of income, like their income is generally plateaued, right? And it's predictable. So should the insurance sector focus more upon industries rather than, term insurance, life insurance, and separate products like this?
You have a question about general insurance or life insurance?
There's a completely different question.
Because-
And it is specifically for you.
See, actually, there are policies for such groups, and they are coming under group insurance domain. Like, for Infosys, take example. You can sit.
I might have a segue, like a small segue. Yeah, please.
No, you want to?
No, please continue.
Okay. Like Infosys, all the employees of Infosys were covered by the employer as a good employer, and the first policy that was issued had a cover from 10 lakhs to 40 lakhs. The senior management had 40 lakhs, the new joinees were having 10 lakhs of cover. That policy even now continues. There are many progressive employers who take policies on their employees for health, for accident, and for life as well, but this is all coming under group insurance. It's not that it is not there. There will be some federations or CIIs or SME sector who might have come together, I'm not aware of it, who may propose policies for that sector, but it is possible. It's not that it is not possible. It can be given. But then somebody has to promote it. Insurance has always been a push product. Even today it is not a pull product. So somebody has to push it. That, see, this is good for you. You buy it. And when that will happen, what you said is right. Sector-wise policies also can be developed. Thank you. Who is next? Gentleman from there.
Hello. First of all, good afternoon, panelists, and thanks. I'm a general people actually. I'm not related to the LIC or anything else.
Good. Go ahead.
But like I just buy the insurance and finally, I take the benefit of that. But prior to that, I'm just going back to 30 years back, when people used to come to me as a broker or an agent. Sir, I have this policy. So what's this policy? You invest this much of amount yearly, and after some time you will get this much of amount. That's all, nothing else. So I thought, okay, fine. So it's good. It's a win-win situation for me. With that, I will be buying 30 years back.
Will you please come to the question? Please?
Yeah. So question is, still I find a lot of calls I'm getting from the agents or the brokers. Sir, I have this policy. I have this policy. Is this marketing strategy is going to get changed? Something very new. I think now the change is a lot of change from BPT to GPT. A lot of things has changed now. The new era is coming. The new vision is coming. So please, I want a response. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking a very important question. In fact, after spending 42 years in the industry, one of my biggest regrets is, even today, majority of agents are trying to sell policies as you described, sir. I have this great product, buy it. Who the hell is interested in your great product? Where is the need analysis? The right way to sell insurance is to do the need analysis of the customer first, and then only give him the appropriate product. The concept of insurance needs to be sold. And therefore, I also maintain very firmly, this is how the insurance is sold all over the world. But in India, there are only a handful of people who actually do need analysis first, and then they only sell insurance. One of the ways to improve the image of our industry is also to give what satisfies the customer and not what your company or what you want to sell it to them. You are absolutely right. A time may come, and in my opinion, as World Economic Forum has predicted, by 2040, India and Malaysia are going to be the world insurance leaders. I think the only way to reach there is to sell ethically, appropriately, and scientifically. Thank you.
And again, even the customers also need to be educated. Educated means not by a degree, but to ask right questions, one, and spend some time with the agent, what the product is all about. Many times it is seen, I don't have time, you just tell me where to sign. this approach should undergo a change, and that will come through financial literacy. Thank you very much. We don't have much of time. So I thank panelists for their contribution, and I thank everybody who has asked the questions.
Just a
Thank you.
moment. Sate sir, I request you to kindly felicitate our panelists as a token of appreciation, starting with Shri Deepak Godbole. Shri Arun Patil. Yes, sir. No. Shri Saroj Satpathy. Shri Mihir Vora. Thank you so much to all our panelists and moderator. We now move forward to our second panel, changes and new emerging risks. We now move forward with our second panel, changes and new emerging risks and how to mitigate them for a resilient future. And our moderator of this session is Shri Harsh Shah, Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Risk Management, IRM, India affiliate. And our panelists, Shri Rohit Boda, Managing Director, JB Boda Group, Dr. Stuart Dawes, Professor, National Insurance Academy, Ms. Archana Vaze, Assistant Professor, Insurance Institute of India, Ms. Yashvi Talati, Professor, Amity University. I request all the dignitaries to please join us on the stage. Yeah, sure.
Very good afternoon to all of you. This is a pre-lunch discussion, so we run the risk of ensuring that your attention is peaked at 100%. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Atul Shirodkar and the entire Maharashtra Economic Development Council, Ms. Sheetal, Mr. Anand Kulkarni for this amazing event that has been put together. And I think this is a true testament to the dedication and excellence that the insurance and reinsurance industry is really striving for. I think the efforts that will be put together at the end of this summit will not just facilitate a valuable exchange of ideas, which we've seen since morning, but also set the stage for innovative insurance-linked solutions for complex changes. And since we have many young students and this theme today is on emerging risk, I think first let's understand what is risk. What comes to your mind when we think of the word risk? And I'll go back to the ISO 31000 definition. You know, risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. We often immediately react that risk is a negative connotation or risk is just linked to an insurance policy. You just got to outsource the risk to a third party. But in construct, risk is actually linked to your objective. And whether that objective is living a healthy life, or setting up a venture, or raising capital, or expanding to Japan, China, coming up with an IPO, M&A, every activity that you pursue has an inherent risk. And today we are here to discuss this emerging risk issue. So whether it's quantum computing, new age space missions, fake news, misinformation, we are seeing that boardrooms, management teams, insurance companies, there is a fear of unknown. And how do we really tackle this fear of unknown? Emerging risk is actually a space or area where the knowledge is weak. We don't know what we don't know, right? So with esteemed panelists with me, Mr. Rohit Boda, Managing Director, JP Boda Group, Dr. Stewart, Professor, National Insurance Academy, Professor Yashvi from Amity University, and Professor Archana, Assistant Professor at the Insurance Institute of India. I welcome you all on the dais with a resounding round of applause. And we'll start. I first want to understand from Professor Doss, you are an expert in enterprise risk management, and we've got a young group here. What is a black swan event? What is this concept of emerging risk and black swan event, the unknown unknown? How do you really look at that black swan event? And in your experience, can you highlight maybe one or two black swans that you've seen?
Okay, so thanks for giving me this opportunity. I thank MEDC and the organizers. And thanks for asking that question. It's very important today to understand what is unknown unknown. So black swan event is, which is totally unknown to me, which is a black spot, which I'm not aware. I do not know that such a event or such a risk exists. This is one of the biggest risk or biggest challenge. Even the insurance company, today come across. I will just quote, there are many, but the two of the most important black swan event, if you can call, in the insurance industry. One is, climate risk. Now, we are not talking about climate risk as an emerging risk. We are all experiencing today climate risk. And if you look at the IPCC report, which says that, in the years to come, the temperature rise is going to go beyond our estimation. Their seventh provisional report highlights that not even 100 years, but it may happen in 50 years, that reaching the maximum, the temperature variation up to 5 degree. Imagine today we are at 1.2 degree variation. In 1.2 degree variations, we are facing now in every year minimum 3 to 4 cyclones or floods. Now, which used to be 1 out of 5 years event or 1 out of 10 years event. Now, so what I here, would like to describe is the industry which is known for managing the risk. Now, how many of us really have understood the implications of the climate risk, which is already impacting me, because the net cat events have risen in the last 10 years. If you look at the report from SUSRI, which indicates that every year the economic losses due to climate risk is really going up. And if you look at last 10 years average, which is almost double, currently which stands at 222 billion, and this was 110 billion about 5 years before. So what this gives you a clear indication that there are a lot of implications, because climate change not only affects one particular line of business, which we think that property insurance, okay, but climate change is also impacting life insurance in a big way, because it is also increasing the mortality in the form of pandemics. Pollution risk is another risk, which is again triggered by climate risk. And today, if you read a report, there are about 4 million people every day globally, they die because of the pollution risk. Now, these are all called unknown risk, what I call, right? Just one indication. There's one more risk, with that I'll conclude. is the cyber risk. Now, we know that cyber risk is increasing. India is the second most vulnerable country to cyber attack. We did recently a study on the cyber insurance. We did a pan-India survey to understand that how many of the people, experienced the cyber attack. And you'll be surprised to know 34% of the individuals had experienced the cyber attack in their own, private life. So if you look at the cyber as an event, the industry has taken notice of cyber risk as an event, but cyber has now become a catastrophic event, which is called a black swan. I mean, what I need to know is, I need to treat cyber risk as a catastrophic risk, and do I have adequate protection? See, today, whatever the risk security measures the company built in, now the hackers are able to penetrate into that because they are 2 levels higher. If Pentagon, the most secure website, can be hacked, if one of the largest cybersecurity firm called FireEye can be hacked, we cannot say any system which is safe. So a recent KPMG study says 72% of the Indian companies have either been hacked or they are under the threat of hacking. So this is again another black swan event, which we have to really look into that. This is what my opinion is.
Great, thank you. So I think, the concept of emerging risk really stems from the fact of ignorance. We often tend to ignore the unknown, and then that becomes a fear which we move into a reaction mode instead of responses. I'll share one quick story before I come to Professor. So, we were appointed by a global company to conduct a supplier risk assessment. And we were supposed to do a quick surprise check, but unfortunately the contract did not allow that surprise audit at the plant. So it was a job worker in China. Somehow we found a legal recourse and we managed to kind of reach the Chinese supplier venue. It was 2 of us and we entered the plant. Now once we entered the plant, the Chinese team were very clear that you have 2 to 3 days and you got to finish the audit and give us a green report. So they had already dictated what report they want from us. And mind you, this multinational company was sourcing 80% of their raw materials from this single vendor. We entered the building, we went to the 3rd floor, we saw some of the goods receipt notes, CCTV cameras, their machinery, everything was in place. Now when we walked down to the 2nd floor, there was fresh paint, okay? And that fresh paint was only on one side of the area. And I'm talking about how ignorant can we get. When you are buying 80% raw materials from one vendor, how is it that you don't have enough supplier risk assessments in place? So what I did is I asked the Chinese team that what's happening inside? Why is it that only this particular floor is painted? So they said, this is out of your scope. You're not here to assess what we are refurbishing and what we are renovating. You just finish the plant audit and move out. I told my colleague to move down with the Chinese team and I said, I'll just use the washroom. And in that 10 seconds, I just pushed the door backwards. And inside I saw 150 young children with a tape on their mouth. And this was where we found out a child labor risk, which was completely ignored from a labor law perspective or, the general parlance of business, modern slavery practices. This was at a time of 2014 where ESG was not even prevalent. So today you talk about the social risk, that multinational company, zero tolerance, they terminated the contract overnight, right? So I think building from Professor's point, how do we make sure that the fear of unknown is reduced by looking at the entire universe of risks in the value chain? Coming to you, Professor, I want you to share some insights on, this emerging risk from your experience. Have you seen anything firsthand, either in the industry or as a faculty member? Have you come across any such case study?
Good afternoon, everyone. To continue with what Dr. Doss was saying, yes, cyber is a risk everybody is facing, but most of the time we feel that cyber is limited to BFSI. So I would like to go back a bit in 2018, Lloyd's came out with Lloyd's Risk Index, saying that there are 22 parameters where they looked at 10 cities in India and top 5 risks the country will be facing. And one of the risks was pandemic. And that time people were talking about pandemic as a gastro and cholera and other side diseases, and people were laughing at them, saying that how you can do that. So I think as an industry, we have always proven that we are thought leader when it comes to risk identification and not just in risk transfer mechanism. And that's the reason why I feel that we need to create more awareness about such black swan event like what happened in USA in Colossal pipeline, or what happened for one of the biggest manufacturer, Norfolk Hydro, are not known to people. So more than BFSI sector, the manufacturing sector can come to standstill. People just to make money on the commodities exchange can attack the manufacturing sector. The silent cyber, slowly in the first line of business to exclude, specifically exclude cyber is marine, and slowly it is coming in other line of business. But even today, insurance sector is not specifically excluding. So every line of business we are writing is getting exposed to the cyber risk. For other sector, I'm not just saying about under cyber liability policy, but even for other risk, and as a individual as well as a industry, we need to be aware of it. Thank you.
Rohit, I want to come to you next. Leading a large broking house for several years, JP Boda has been a pioneer in the insurance and reinsurance industry. What are you seeing in terms of the evolution of emerging risks, and what are your views on that?
Thank you, Harsh. Namaste, everyone. I think the Indian insurance and reinsurance industry, the most emergent risk that was faced was the entrance of the youth. But I think with that audience composition, we have answered that to some extent. Emerging risk is a very sensitive topic today. I've listed down few things from what I read and hear through various platforms. So I'd just like to pronounce them. First is, of course, the technological risk. That includes something like traditional artificial intelligence and the generative AI, ML, robotics, medtech, insurtech, climate tech, agri-tech, red tech, infra-tech, and the list goes on. 3D printing, another big risk. Cyber and the next war, which we all know is going to be termed as cyber war. The longevity of lifespan due to medical advancements. The problem of space debris and space junk. The big problem of the lithium battery and the saga of electronic vehicles. Supply chain disruption followed by business interruption. Political violence, terrorism, which also includes cyber terrorism. ESG risk, the pure risk from cryptocurrency and the crypto exchanges. The regulatory risk mapping with the emergent risks. Shorting and bonds. Blockchain as a technology. Web3, NFT, smart contracts. Climate change, weather patterns. Carbon credits. And most importantly, the next pandemic. Are we ready? Now, the highest risk from these set of emergent risks comes from those risks where we do not have historical data. Today, we have answers to all the problems, but if we don't have data, as someone said, data is a new oil. This is going to be a big challenge. In my opinion, as a fraternity, in terms of addressing the emergent risk and in terms of addressing the opportunities in the fraternity, we need to have people from every fraternity to address the specialization. The insurance element can be added by us. Us means all of us. But an insurance executive might not know in depth about how an EV works. So specialization to address the emerging risk is very important, be it brokers, be it insurance companies, be it reinsurance companies, or for that matter, even risk management firms. To get the right solution on the desk for the emergent risk, I think specialization, people who have experience in the said industry and fraternity needs to come to insurance, and then through the right mechanism, through right expertise, there will be a right transfer of the risk. Thank you, Harsh.
So very interesting point around capacity building, which I would want to drive back to Professor Doss. But before that, Professor Yashvi, coming from an academic background, and I was recently talking to the Chief Risk Officer of Imperial College London. They've actually set up a risk management department with a formal structure that's actually followed in corporate India. How do you think with the implementation of NEP, education institutions, universities like yours should really look at this emerging risk landscape and partner with insurance companies, reinsurance companies to drive the resilience agenda in the academic ecosystem?
Thank you for the question. One, yes, the risk has been increasing. There is a lot of emerging risk coming up. Every day we hear a lot of risk which has been there and people want to address them. The most important thing, the NEP 2020 has come up with a lot of transformative changes, which includes not only the in-person or in-class training, but also on the digital training. A lot of digital programs have been introduced. But at some point in time, what really needs importance is getting the trainers or the teachers or the faculties having that kind of ability to train them, give that kind of an education which is at par, because most of the times what I have observed that sometimes with this online education, though it is booming, very important, but there lacks a priority among students, because in India especially, we don't have that much of technological awareness, and probably in the rural areas, we'll have these kind of an issues, and students would lack even if they want to understand it. Then comes also the technical issues, or the, as professors and sir already mentioned that, there are a lot of technical issues and the risk in terms of the virus attacks or the various attacks that we have. It also creates, again, an issue.
Especially because you're dealing with so much data.
Absolutely. The student data becomes the most crucial and critical data, especially in the institutes, educational institutes, because they being the growing country, or being the part of the growing country, it becomes more important for us to ensure that the data protection is there. The other part which I also feel is important is the mental health awareness. Because of all these risks and the pandemics coming across, the mental health of the students, not only the students, but the general population is impacted. We see a lot of fake news coming in, the fake media coverage coming in. I remember when the COVID initially started, we had so many videos spreading across and creating a lot of panic situation. Also having issues like people get depressed. Most of the times we have seen cases where people have committed suicide before they're getting into that, impacted by that virus. So it becomes more important that the mental health awareness is also taken care. While we take care of the technological part, we take care of their education part, but spreading across health awareness is equally important. And as education institutes are concerned, there are various programs that the institutes should implement, such as, having a mentoring sessions or a counseling sessions with these students, because we never know what's going at the back end. Right, and I think most of the corporates do have in place wherein they have these counseling sessions, but somewhere the institutes or the education institutes have a lacking point here, and that can add more value and creating more awareness in how insurance can help.
Sure. Okay. So, the underlying theme, we're seeing that there's a lot of need for talent creation. How do you ensure the preparedness for emerging risk? And I want to come to Professor Doss. In our experience, we are the leading certifying body for enterprise risk management exams across 140 countries. and we have a large alumni pool across the globe, all the way up to chief risk officers. So we are really partnering with institutions, including like National Insurance Academy, to create that talent pool. And the number of risk managers that are in demand today, the year-on-year growth is almost 40%. The open positions just in Asia Pacific for risk managers is at about 3 lakh. So I want to ask Professor Dawes, what do you see as the evolving role of risk managers in India Inc.? How will they really participate in this whole transformative journey and contribute to, you know, a resilient insurance, reinsurance sector?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Hers. I think it's very important point to be discussed, because if you look at today, most of the insurers, they focus on the business growth. And most of the time, you look at the top line growth, you look at, you're happy that the industry is growing by 15%, 20%. But if you look at the most important thing is, do I understand the risk? Okay, so underwriting is one of the essential skill set I think the insurer should have, particularly the risk manager should have. Why I say underwriting is one of the very important area. I had interactions recently with one of the chief risk officers from CIPLA. CIPLA, that chief risk officer was saying that, I know my risk as a pharmaceutical company. We are one of the largest pharmaceutical company. We are making products for respiratory illness. But now the insurers who come, and design a policy for us, do they understand the risk? So her feedback is that they don't understand the risk. If you look at the policies, you take the property insurance policy or fire policy, you will find that the fire policy covers around 12 to 15 risks, okay? But whereas if you look at a particular industry like pharma industry, if their risk, one of the most important risks is a supply chain risk, okay? And does it get covered? Does it, if any kind of implications that arises because of the usage of their drugs, what kind of liability that it triggers? Now, as an insurer, do I understand that the client need? So that's what I find that one of the important criteria, particularly when the market is becoming more and more competitive. It's very important for you to ensure that what is your unique skill, what is your core competency. So my core competency is underwriting. So do I have that required knowledge of the industry that for which I am actually customizing the product? So product customization is one of the area for which a tremendous amount of knowledge about the industry, the risk in the industry, I need to be aware. So that is one of the risks I believe, the skill set that the risk manager should have. The second one is risk analytics. See, today every industry has been using data analytical tools. They are using AI, they are using now generative AI, they are also using big data analytics. Now the point is that, does the risk manager has that analytical skill set that is required? Because the 5 years down the line, what you are going to face is, you are going to interact with the robotics, because every process is going to be automated. You are going to interact with the machines. You are not going to interact with the people. So you need to understand what is the machine requirements are, and do I really understand the output given by the machine? So if I get the output of a neural network algorithm, which is used in a deep learning, whether am I able to understand that? So the analytical skill set, I believe, is very, very important, because the industry is thriving on data. To know that, if you look at that, recent statistics says that we have about 3 quintillion size of data. Quintillion is 1 raised to the power 18 digit. I mean, so that is the amount of data every day. Such a large size of data is getting generated and so much of analysis is being done. So do I have the skill set to really analyze the data and understand the output of that? So analytical skill set is the second one. Third one is the actuarial analytics. Nilesh sir said, a lot of other speakers said that we require today, 4 times of the actuaries that are there. Today we have close to 540 actuaries or 550 actuaries. Every company needs minimum of 5 to 10 actuaries. The moment that our regulator moves into risk-based capital solvency, okay, so there is going to be a tremendous demand. I mean, I'm this to the students to really encourage you, to become an actuary, you need to pass about 13 subjects, which takes about on an average 3 to 5 years. Okay, you may not need to, qualify in the actuarial degree, but even if you are able to pass, say, 3 to 4 papers, which are related to the actuarial analytics, I'll tell you that in the years to come, there is going to be a tremendous demand for the risk analytics, okay? And this is where the actuarial skill set is also another area the risk manager needs to have. And then the data valuation. You are aware that currently India has passed the DPDP bill, the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. If you look at the implications of that bill, if there is a data breach happens in any organization, the regulator can penalize the organization to a maximum of 250 crore. So this is the highest penalty that you can see a regulator can put in to an industry or a company which uses customer sensitive data. So there will be a requirement for data valuations, because what we are looking at today, we don't have expert who can value the data. I mean, what is the value that I can put to the health sensitive data? What is the value that I can put the personal sensitive data? Okay, that is one area which I believe that will emerge as an important area, because we are now debating how to value this sensitive data. So there will be a valuation experts that you need. And the last point is that realizing this, of course, NIA in collaboration with IRM, we are launching, we have already introduced a level 1 certification course to our students, and it will immensely benefit them because they will get level 1 certification from international agency like IRM. IRM is globally well known, okay, and their syllabus is very, very comprehensive. So definitely, we don't have a certification. In India, we don't have a professional certification for risk management as of today. We require, as Mr. Hurst says, we require huge number of the risk management professionals, but we don't have the qualified risk management professionals. How do we really certify them? That is where the agencies like the international bodies like IRM, the certification will emerge is very important, particularly when our regulator moves to RBC. This is where every company, imagine, needs to not only identify the risk, but also quantify the risk. So that requires a risk quantification skill set. That also requires catastrophic risk modeling or a risk modeling skill set. So risk management professionalism is very much actually required. And the last point is cybersecurity management. So because looking at the rate at which the cyber risk exposures are going up, today, if you look at globally, the cyber crime cost a country globally 8 trillion. Imagine, 8 trillion is the cost of cyber crime, which is almost 10 times more than the natural catastrophe risk. So imagine the amount of the cyber exposure that is happening. So there is a huge demand for cybersecurity experts, cybersecurity and cyber forensic experts. There's a huge demand. Students, of course, you can really learn to know more about that skill set. A lot of universities are coming out with such kind of courses. You can really enroll because they are one of the highly paid professionals. I was talking to one of the leading underwriters, cyber underwriters in India. He was saying, sir, they are one of the, per hour, they are charging so much in dollars. So they are highly paid professionals. We are short of cybersecurity professionals. That's one more area that risk really managers need to have. So this is my submission.
Thank you, Professor. I think you've covered the entire universe of risk and associated skill sets and what one needs to do in tackling emerging risk. Professor Archana, I'm coming to you. There was a question on gig workers and gig economy from the audience. So, that is also an area of emerging risk with YouTubers, influencers. The young Gen Z has started to realize that we could commercialize our hobbies or skill sets and convert that into a full-time business or a freelance opportunity. What is your view on gig workers, the whole economy? What do you think insurers need to do in terms of the employee benefit policies around that?
Thank you, Harsh, for a very relevant and very important question for a youngster. So 2 years back, Niti Aayog came out with a report on gig economy. As per them, 2 years back, the expected approximate number of gig workers were about 1 CR, which was 4% of the total workforce. And by end of this decade itself, they are expecting 300 to 350% rise in the gig economy worker. And they classified the gig workers in 2 categories. One is the gig workers who are working on a platform-based services, and the others who are working independently. When we are talking about platform-based, they may be working with some app or with some kind of technology-based platform. And what they found that 50% of these gig workers are having middle skill level, approximately 23% in high skill level, and remaining all are in low skill. But slowly the high skill worker percentage is going up year on year. So they come out with challenges which are not known to us in the past. And that's why I would say that when you talk about employee benefit, I would like to draw some example from other countries, because gig economy is not just specific to India, but we are seeing that a lot of other countries also are going through it. And post-pandemic, you are seeing more people want to join the gig economy, because everybody is saying you only live once, YOLO generation. So in such a scenario, what I say, the major challenges, we need to identify the major challenges this gig workers face. The first is, yes, there are group policies which are available right now, but many times these gig workers are not working full time. They may not be working for whole year. They may be working only for partially or for some time. And that time, adding them in group policy can become challenging for the platform provider or other. But considering their specific occupational diseases, there are employee compensation policies which are introduced in another emerging economy like us, that is Indonesia. So if they can do it, yes, we can also do it for the gig workers. And employee compensation policy, which is compulsory, and few years back, the workman compensation, what we used to sell as an industry, has been changed to make it as a Workman Compensation Act has been changed to make it employee compensation. So even gig worker and blue collar people like you and me are part of Employee Compensation Act, and we can get benefited. Earlier it was only for the manual workers. So that's the first thing. So we can offer this policy even for these gig workers. At least during the course of employment, they will be covered. The second thing is old age or retirement, because they will not have the PF or the gratuity similar to any regular workers. So they can be given some specific plan for the pension. And if you have seen the delegation package, we have got some LIC pamphlets of pension plan. There again, you will see that there are two options. One is regular payment and one is single payment. But the gig economy, the problem is they may not have regular payment and they may not even be able to afford single payment. So maybe we need to come out from the life insurance sector, some kind of different product where when they have money, they can give lump sum amount, and when they don't have money, even maybe for a year, they will not pay anything and their policy should not get lapsed. So already these kind of products are introduced in UK for gig workers specifically. The third thing is income support. Yes, today you are a vlogger doing very well, traveling abroad, and suddenly many people just unsubscribe from your channel because it is no more interesting, no more woke. Then what? So in such scenario, how to pay your rent can become challenging. And then in such cases, whatever money you have earned, you may not be the best in financial planning. So that income support kind of newer product we need to introduce. It is available for regular employment people where you can buy if you loss of job kind of product. So we need to introduce those products for this gig economy. So I would like to suggest some solution what we can do as a part of Code of Social Security 2020. There is one term which was coined by them called RAISE. So I modified it slightly to suit the insurance industry and the risk management from the perspective of insurance. So RAISE is similar to doctor. Insurance industry plays the role of doctor. Like until unless you tell doctor what are your symptoms, doctor cannot prescribe. So for recognizing the problem, the industry need to list it down and tell it to insurance industry so that they can prescribe later. So that recognizing is the first step as a gig economy group need to come out with. Then A is allow augmentation by way of risk transfer. Right now people think that they will try to create some kind of reserve, some kind of self-insurance and all that. So instead of that, leave it to the professional, which is, when I'm saying risk transfer is by way of insurance mechanism. Make use of that. I is incorporate the specifics, which is, I would suggest to insurance sector that their needs are very different than normal economy, normal regular worker. So incorporate their peculiarities which are there. Like they will not have single big income, or they will not have income regularly. So maybe some different kind of product, different kind of paying structure that we need to this. Then support the economy by creating awareness about whatever you are producing. You may have designed the best plan, but if they are not aware of it, so maybe go back to them, use the influencer to create awareness about your product. And believe me, during COVID, HDFC Life has done it, that they created awareness that even if you are a COVID batch, you are not, because there were a lot of memes going on about COVID batch engineers and COVID batch this thing. So they created some specific things around that. So those kind of things we need to create about gig economy once insurance sector come out with some kind of solution. And then last E, that is ensure benefits are accessible to them. So as most of the gig workers, majority of gig workers are platform based, so they may not need any advisor or intermediary, or even if intermediary is needed, it should be digitally accessible. So that's all I would like to suggest to the industry and to the gig workers who are the people who are aspiring to be gig workers in future. So there are quite a lot of youngsters here who may be dreaming about
And few of them are taking your video which may go viral as well. So you may be the next.
I don't mind, you can tag me.
Great. So in the interest of time, I'm going to request Rohit to kind of sum it up for us and share his views on the reinsurance industry, insurance industry. How can we really build a resilient future? And do you think India is competent enough to, take on the next decade for reinsurance?
Thank you again, Harsh. So before we delve into the future of reinsurance, let's go back to the past. Sathe sir said that before 1947, when India got independence, there were 245 companies. But just to enlighten this beautiful audience, before 1947, there was only one reinsurance broker in the Indian subcontinent, Asia, Africa, and Middle East, and that was JB Boda. So the point I'm trying to drive is, today we are in 2023, we have crossed the journey of 80 years this year, and we are of course looking for a century. But times are changing. The emerging risks that I mentioned in my previous talk, it not only needs insurance, but it needs a lot of capacity backing from the international markets. Today, risks that are emerging in our part of the world could be emerged in other part of the world. And the right risk transfer for the insurance company is through reinsurance. Now, reinsurance, a lot of you might have heard about it. It's not only a difference of 2 letters, but it's much more technical. It's a world in itself. And in my opinion, IRDA has been doing a brilliant job. Gift City initiatives in Ahmedabad, captives, MGAs, and again, MGAs are of 2 types. There are reinsurance MGAs and there are direct MGAs that we call as UMAs. We have not yet reached to that extent, but at least there was an initiative from Gift City that please come up with an idea of MGA. So there are so many brokers, so many new entrants who want to do this experiment. Still going ahead from a more futuristic perspective, what the country is not discussing, and once in 6 months, it's there sometimes in media, is cat bonds. Each one of us has spoken about climate change, weather patterns, the destruction what the climate could make. But the right answer to it is, of course, insurance, backed by reinsurance. But today, if you are reading regularly about reinsurance, Ian, Harvey, Irma, Maria, inflation, geopolitical scenarios, investor sentiments, the stress of the capital markets, the questions from the investors, the flow, and most importantly, the cost of capital. The cost of capital is rising so much, and that is getting impacted on the capacity flow in the reinsurance space. And this is not only for general or life or health, it's common for everyone. Now, we had GIC, Swiss Re, Munich Re, Hannover Re, the big boys are here. They're doing a brilliant job supporting the market. And what these guys can bring on the table is their expertise and capital. Now today, there have been talks about new private reinsurance companies coming in India. Where is the investment coming from? Why is India not talking about setting up vehicles? Where are sidecars? Where is ILS? Why is the risk not transferred to the capital markets? So if we as an industry and a fraternity have to get into this space, it has to be now. When I travel abroad, we take pride in calling ourselves as an Indian broker, which is very important because today, when we travel abroad, we hear people saying, I'm an American broker, I'm an European broker. The biggest pride that I take is in brand India. And then comes brand JB Boda. And trust me, today is the easiest time we are living in to sell brand India. The moment you mention the word India, there is an investor sentiment coming in so easily. And we have a SEZ now in Gujarat. We have everything possible to do reinsurance transactions. We have everything possible to get into the capital markets, to get the VC. You are hearing about insurtech space, right? The valuations of the insurtech space, the valuations of Flipkart or these wearable devices. The same way, the PE and the VC fund, the family offices, the institutional investors needs to be educated about the reinsurance fraternity, and then the insurance company, the reinsurance company, the brokers, the capital markets, the regulators, everybody needs to form an ecosystem, and then a holistic future and a powerful future for the country would be created from the reinsurance perspective. And none of these emerging risks will be able to go ahead without reinsurance. Reinsurance is much more than only providing capital or only treaty and fact. Reinsurance, if you are entering the space of insurance, of course, we are talking about penetration. If the penetration grows, your premium grows. Your premium grows, your exposure grows. Now, in spite of the fact that we have 30 odd GI companies and 30 odd life companies, still the exposure cannot be retained within the country. It has to be reinsured. Any report, any emerging economy, the top 25 or top 15 economies in the world you take, you study their insurance market, you will have a massive element of reinsurance. USA, the population in the country is less, but the penetration is more. And that is why US is one of the biggest reinsurance markets in the world. And the products that these guys come up with, we have the ecosystem ready. We have the capital power. We have fantastic support from the government. I think, and of course, most importantly, the youth. So to go ahead, I think reinsurance is an ocean, or probably even bigger than that. The unfortunate part is that as an industry, we are just stuck up in discussing treaty and fact. We are not discussing the broader vision, the entrepreneurial vision of reinsurance as a world in itself. So future is bright, Harsh. I mean, I have absolutely no doubts about spending a lifetime in reinsurance space. And it's brilliant. I mean, you just can make a career out of it, or you can do great things in this world. So penetration is of course there. Penetration is needed for India, but the emerging markets, not only India, but the whole of emerging markets needs a lot of reinsurance work. And if we as Indian brokers are going to do it, or we as Indians are going to do it, then I think the sky is not the limit. It's beyond that. Thank you.
I think we have to reduce the fear of unknown from the other side by constant education and awareness.
Of course.
And making sure that even the private equity funds or the venture capitalists that you spoke about are sensitized about the future. Otherwise, there's always a risk of a 7-year horizon, 10-year horizon when you look at such business models. And that creates a resistance. So
Absolutely.
how can we bring all of them on the same table? Probably. So thank you very much, professors, and thank you, Rohit, for an enlightening discussion. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any questions, but we'll be around for lunch. So feel free to meet us and we'll catch up. Thank you once again.
Before we end this discussion, I just request Shah sir to felicitate our panelists, starting with Mr. Rohit Boda. I would like to inform everyone that the lunch preparations are going to take a while, so kindly just have a seat and we'll begin with the lunch shortly. Dr. Stuart Dawes. Ms. Archana Vase. Ms. Yashvi Tarati. Yeah. I would like to request MEDC State Committee Chairman for International Trade and Investment Facilitator, Mr. Mahesh Rathod, to join us on the dais to felicitate Mr. Harsh Shah. Thank you so much to all the panelists and our moderator. Moving forward, I would like to call on dais Ms. Yes. Before we move forward, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Giriraj Bubadkar, Senior Business Associate, LIC India, who are one of our sponsors, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I see everybody is hungry, waiting for the lunch to come. So I will not take much time. Just one one question for you all. How many of you are aware of 24/48 rule? बहुत viral हो रहा है. Anybody? This rule was declared by and discussed by one of the CEOs of life insurance company. Actually, this rule belongs to temperature. Room temperature. This 24 degrees Celsius is the room temperature and 48 degrees Celsius is also the temperature. But this temperature varies. This is a boardroom temperature, 24 degrees Celsius, and 48 degrees Celsius is the ground root temperature where all the field workforce is operating. Majority of the businesses happens in 48 degrees Celsius. Mr. Nilesh Sathe sir and Patil sir, who belong to LIC fraternity, they all came from 48 degrees Celsius and then landed into 24 degrees Celsius. The irony is majority of the marketing policies are being designed in 24 degrees Celsius, and most of the time, in my personal observation, these 24 degrees Celsius strategists are not aware of 48 degrees Celsius ground realities. And that's where major irony happens. Whereas I am today not here to discuss the difference, just to give you an opportunity, because whatever I was observing till now is they were just discussing that if you do this, come into life insurance, there are a lot of potential, come into insurance segment, there is a lot of potential. But I would also like to focus on one thing, the potential not in the sense of career as a job orientation, but career in business also, because life insurance industry and the total insurance industry is also called as the sunrise industry, where it is said that it is growing at the rate of 17% compounded annual growth rate. So this is the right time for youth to get into this particular industry and start their own business. There's a model called as learn and earn. Means even though you are doing learning right now, you can start earning also. So this model you can focus on. And there is a lot of misconception about insurance. Somebody says that you should not mix insurance with investments. And so there are a lot of unclarity, and financial literacy is just beginning like a spark. So not taking much time, I would like to invite you, attend our stall outside. There is a registration process going on for anybody who want to start their entrepreneurial journey in life insurance and insurance industry. With this, I end. Thank you very much.
I would request the IT team to kindly play LIC's video, just a few moments.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops. But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop. How come? With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue. That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
मार्स पानी मिला? हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर.
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
नहीं सर,
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था।
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया।
IL टेक केयर है इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना?
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले। ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर।
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना। ICICI लोम्बार्ड IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है।
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ। पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं। थैंक यू ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं।
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses, and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Hello everyone. I know everyone is hungry, but the lunch preparations are not
This is
done
the
yet. So I
legend
just request
of the
everyone to
great
please have your
Indian
seats. As soon as the preparations are done, we'll inform you.
In 1943, Porbandar, Gujarat, two brothers started their journey to create a difference in society.
In 1943, when they were working as a stockbrokers, one fine morning they received inquiry from one of the Indian insurance companies, and during that time there were about 100 plus Indian companies, and this inquiry came from the insurance company was for the professional indemnity coverage for the engineers.
I still remember my first day in the organization and the warm welcome I received from my grand uncle, to whom I used to call lovingly Thiru Kaka, and my father, who was my backbone.
First day at work is always historical for everybody in their own life, and so was mine. I was handed over a letter by my father on what the company is all about, how to take the company ahead, and what are the basic principles with what we have reached today at the 75 years of the milestone.
The fundamentals of JB Boda is to work with transparency, integrity, sincerity, self-discipline, and ensuring that people believe in themselves and look very confident when they sit with their customers, where customers get comfortable to hand over their business to JB Boda. We take pride in saying that today JB Boda is the only group in India providing all insurance and related services under one roof.
hello, check, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello.
यहाँ से आएगा ना, देखो ना. आ रहा है. और एक पेज लीजिए. इधर से लेंगे तो ये भी आएगा ना. हाँ चलेगा.
Hello, check, hello. Check, hello, hello, check. Check, hello.
The exceptional.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
Check, hello, hello, check.
आपके साथ.
मार्स
पानी मिला.
Check,
हाँ सर,
hello,
अभी अभी पिया सर।
check, hello.
पानी मिला और तुम पी गए.
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था।
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया।
IL टेक केयर है इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना.
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले। ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर।
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना. ICICI लोम्बार्ड IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Hi, my name is प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ। पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं। Thank you ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं।
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives. Offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
मार्स
पानी मिला।
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर।
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था।
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया।
IL टेक केयर है इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना।
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले। ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर।
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना। ICICI लोम्बार्ड आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है।
Yeah, Rajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ। पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं। थैंक यू ICICI Lombard फॉर ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी फॉर स्टार्टअप्स एंड SME कंपनीज लाइक अस।
ICICI Lombard बिजनेस इंश्योरेंस सोल्यूशन जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं।
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
मार्स
पानी मिला?
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर.
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था.
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया.
IL टेक केयर ऐप इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना?
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले. ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर.
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना. ICICI लोम्बार्ड आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ. पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं. थैंक यू ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं.
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses, and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
मार्स
पानी मिला?
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर.
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
नहीं नहीं सर,
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था.
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया.
IL टेक केयर है इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना?
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले. ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर.
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना. ICICI लोम्बार्ड आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ. पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं. थैंक यू ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं.
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses, and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have work tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
मार्स
पानी मिला.
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर.
मार्स पे पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था.
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया.
IL टेक केयर ऐप इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना?
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले. ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर.
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड का आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना. ICICI लोम्बार्ड आई टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ. पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं. थैंक यू ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं.
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses, and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001:2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
मार्स
पानी मिला?
हाँ सर, अभी अभी पिया सर।
मार्स में पानी मिला और तुम पी गए?
बॉटल में साथ में लेके आया था।
वो तो ICICI लॉम्बार्ड
IL टेक केयर ऐप पर रिमाइंडर आया तो पी लिया।
IL टेक केयर ऐप इंश्योरेंस खरीदने और रिन्यू करने के लिए है ना?
हाँ सर, पर इसका फेस स्कैन वाइटल्स को भी ट्रैक करे, डॉक्टर कंसल्टेशन भी मिले। ये ऐप आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है सर।
जब इंश्योरेंस के साथ मिले इतने सारे फीचर्स तो ICICI लोम्बार्ड IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड ही हुआ ना? ICICI लोम्बार्ड IL टेक केयर ऐप आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड है।
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
हाय, माय नेम इज प्रीति शर्मा और मैं एक सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी में HR हेड हूँ। पिछले महीने हमारे कंपनी के CTO को ऑफिस में अचानक हार्ट अटैक आया, which made us realize the importance of group health policy. कहने के लिए ये एक ग्रुप हेल्थ पॉलिसी है, लेकिन इसके फायदे अनेक हैं। थैंक यू ICICI Lombard for group health policy for startups and SME companies like us.
ICICI Lombard Business Insurance Solution जो देश के MSMEs और उनके व्यापार को सुरक्षित करने का वादा करता है और हम उनके हौसले को सलाम करते हैं।
In a land known for its rich heritage, unity in diversity, and relentless spirit, an aspiration was born. A vision of securing lives, protecting dreams, and fostering growth. This aspiration led to the establishment of New India Assurance, a name synonymous with trust and reliability. Founded in 1919 by Sir Dorabji Tata, we are one of the pioneers of general insurance in India. Nationalized in 1973, we spread our wings across 25 countries, improving lives, protecting businesses around the globe. From humble beginnings to becoming the largest non-life insurance company in India, our journey has been nothing short of remarkable. With an extensive network spanning the length and breadth of the country, New India Assurance has touched millions of lives, offering comprehensive insurance solutions tailored to the needs of individuals, businesses, and industries. New India Assurance opening its arms to public trust by becoming the first PSU insurer to be listed. NIA, being a Government of India undertaking, operates under their directives. Embracing technology and innovation, New India Assurance has stayed ahead of the curve, introducing groundbreaking solutions to meet the ever-evolving needs of its customers. The first public sector insurance company to attain the ISO 27001-2013 certificate. Our strength lies in our employees, our human capital, who have worked tirelessly to ensure excellence in every step. It is their commitment that has earned the unwavering trust of millions. At the heart of New India Assurance lies a set of core values: integrity, customer centricity, innovation, and excellence. These values have guided us through the decades, earning the trust of millions of policyholders across the nation. New India Assurance is an active participant in government initiatives, and we are making a significant impact on the lives of people and nation building. New India Assurance is dedicated to providing maximum impetus in all the initiatives led by IRDAI, demonstrating its commitment to the advancement and development of the insurance industry in the country. New India Assurance remains a domestic, systemically important insurer. Continually for the third year as the company's continued functioning is critical for the uninterrupted availability of insurance services to the country's economy. New India Assurance is not just about insurance, it is about giving back to society. Through our extensive CSR initiatives, we have positively impacted communities, fostering education, healthcare, and sustainable development. Today, as we commemorate the 105th Foundation Day of New India Assurance, we express our gratitude to the visionary leaders of yesterday, the exceptional leaders of today, and the trailblazing leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for 105 years of trust, resilience, and loyalty. Together, we leave a footprint of greatness.
Dadu.
Yes?
If I can ask, होता ही रहता है सर, जिंदगी में एक बार कभी आते हो मीटर डाउन नहीं होता है, और यहाँ पे तो तुम पौधा देने वाले हो, तो समझ वेल रिसीव, वेल रिसीव। मैं फायदे गिनाता हूँ, एक अलग सेशन करते हैं उसका। फायदा है ना, फायदा है ना, ले ले।
रुकने दो सर। Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All are awake?
Yes, awake.
So now you all can shift forward. आ जाओ सब लोग आगे. Come forward. Those who are sitting in corner, all those girls here, please come. Those girls in the corner, you can see your mobile after 45 minutes. Come fast. Sagar, call everyone outside. From VIP room also, few people are there. Sir, please. So our panelists are waiting. Can we start, sir?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So our last panel for the day is technological developments in the insurance sector, and our moderator is Dr. Tarun Agarwal, Director, National Insurance Academy. Our panelists are Shri Arif Syed, Head of Technology, ICICI Lombard, Shri Amitabh Ray, Senior Client Underwriter, Swiss Reinsurance Company, India Branch, Shri Kaizad Hiramanik, Chief Operating Officer, Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance. Shri Sundar Krishnan, Chief Risk Officer, Reliance Life Insurance. Over to you, Agarwal sir.
Thank you. I must say Nawazish Karam Shukriya Mehrbani. Thank you so much. Namaskar once again. This is not BBC. This is a panel discussion by MEDC, and I have all the panel leading and eminent insurance people here on the dais, and I'm absolutely thrilled to put on some questions to them. And thank you panelists for being there. Absolutely a delight. And so I'll take on the first question to you, Amitabh, if I may. So my question would be, what technologies are emerging to improve reinsurance that will help achieve greater inclusion among lower income groups? But before I ask you to start answering, let me tell the audience, paper कोई भी leak नहीं हुआ है. पहली बार question डाला गया है. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Tarunji, and it's a... Tarunji, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And also MEDC for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Now, also, my eminent co-panelists, let's have a good discussion today. So, in terms of technology increasing penetration, inclusion, there's a lot of emerging things. So we hear of AI, ML, things like that. But as a practitioner, there are some very clear things that have happened in the last few years. So we have satellite technology, for example, right? It was there for a long time. Satellites have been, being sent for the last 50 years. But remote sensing technology has improved to such an extent. And you know that, you can identify a pin in the ground from space and things like that. So that has, in a way, transformed the way, let's say, agriculture insurance can be done. So I'll give you a very practical example. If you are looking at, settling claims for crop, say paddy, what the normal way of doing it is by doing what is called the crop cutting method. So you go to the field, you cut some sample crops, you check the yield of the crops, and then you pay. If it's been not a good season, a lean season for rainfall, the crop will be wilted and the farmer will get some compensation because he obviously was expecting much more yield. Now, that is a laborious, long process, and it has its own pitfalls. So how can we replace that completely with technology, for example? So there is a case which fortunately, unfortunately, comes from the state I belong to, which is West Bengal, and it's called the Bengal, farmer scheme. What they do is they create a crop health factor index. So you can almost call it like it's a parametric product. You sense different parameters from space through different satellites, through radar technology. So the technology is quite advanced. You look at the various parameters of the crop during and after the sowing season. For example, you check what is called the vegetation index. Then you check what is the strength of the crop in terms of how much is standing, how much is wilted. So different points in time they are read. Then you marry that technology or the imaging with rainfall data and things like that and create an algorithm which says, with all these 5 parameters, this algorithm says that the production of paddy this year in this part will be 10% or 20% less. So the farmer will get 10 or 20% compensation. So that's one example of technology that I can talk about. And then this can be used to cover every farmer in the state, whether he's part of a bank, because earlier if only the farmer is taking some money from the rural bank or the cooperative bank, you're going to cover it. Now you can cover it.
Thank you, Bachchan Saab. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Amitabh, sir. So, सॉरी सो इसी बात पे एक टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर कविता आनंद सर एब्सोल्युटली सो दैट इज व्हाई वो जबान से ऐसा निकला सो अच्छा है सर सो टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर एक एक कविता मुझे मिली सो वो टेक्नोलॉजी बोल रही है कि मैं टेक्नोलॉजी कहलाता हूँ हर प्रश्न का क्षण में उत्तर यूं सबको मैं दे जाता हूँ पूरे विश्व को बदल दिया है हर घर में मैं रहता हूँ कृषि खरीद कला विज्ञान सबकी क्रांति लाता हूँ इस दौर का जनक ही कहलाओ मैं टेक्नोलॉजी कहलाता हूँ आगे की कविता आगे पढ़ेंगे अभी आरिफ साहब के पास चलते हैं आरिफ साहब लोम्बार्ड जो है वो काफ़ी तेज़ी से प्रगति कर रहा है और हम सबको बहुत अच्छा दिखता है अच्छे अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स आप लेके आ रहे हैं सो मेरा प्रश्न यही रहेगा कि व्हाट आर योर बिगेस्ट चैलेंजेस एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज इन योर डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एफर्ट्स
Thank you, Dr. Tarun, and thank you, MEDC, for inviting. I think technology is always evolving, right? So every day you'll hear something new. Saying few days back, if you're talking about blockchain, IoT, and all this, everybody is talking about LLM and chat GPTs and some of those words, right? So every day technology throws a new challenge to you, and we were just trying to take breath after moving all our applications and infrastructure to cloud. We thought, okay, now we can breathe easily and then start focusing on doing something new. This LLM chat GPT came and then the whole thing has started. So the biggest challenge with technology is ever evolving and you're in a catch-up mode with the technology. So that's the biggest challenge. And as technology usage is increasing, its misuse is also increasing. The other side of the risk which comes with technology is the information risk, which is the biggest risk which comes with cyber as a part of it. So as a technology head or as a CTO or CISO, you will always need to be on your toes to make sure that somebody else is not getting into your environment and stealing your data or let's say public data which is hosted on this one. So this is the biggest risk or challenge which we have with technology. But if you look at the opportunity, I think your Kavita talks about that, right? So it's over-purpose, right? It's everywhere, right? So technology, you can do so much with technology, it's just unlimited. Yesterday, we had one jam session with Google, and where we were talking about how do we use Google. So Google takes pride in saying their AI is more responsible AI, right? Not like ChatGPT, which is on a public forum and OpenAI. So they try to assure you, saying your enterprise data remains with you and they are not taking the data, just that model which they are bringing in and some of the aspects of it. When we were doing some use cases, today, let's say if a customer has some query, he calls my call center or he goes to my branch. But some of the queries which these LLM models were able to answer, we were also taken aback. Even my call center agent, if he has to answer some of those things, will have to go through tons of document to read and then give that kind of an answer. But once the machine learns or once this LLM model learns, they're able to perfectly answer to the query, and they're able to understand the emotions and question behind it. So that's how the technology has evolved. And the other part which technology provides you is like sitting in Bombay, you can do a claim settlement in Ladakh or wherever you want to do it, right? So I think virtual claim settlement has become a norm now because people are able to do video surveys, check the damages, is able to approve and some of those things. So reach and distribution is now beyond imagination. It's just your own limitation, whether you want to do that business in that part of the world or not is what actually limits you. Otherwise, technology opens up the world for you. So it's like somebody in the previous panel talked about Gift City giving that opportunity. We are trying to open up we have an office in Gift City and then we are trying to go to world from there onwards, right? So some of those opportunities, I think we can do that. So technology brings its own challenges, but at the same time it's bringing immense opportunities. So you can insure anything which you want to insure, right? So especially in general insurance, we insure everything except life, right? So it's gives a lot of opportunity to us. So we are excited, and at the same time, it brings a lot of responsibility for us.
थैंक यू आरिफ रियली अप्रिशिएट सो वापस चलते हैं कि मैं टेक्नोलॉजी कहलाता हूँ पूरे विश्व की पुस्तकें जेबों में अब सजाई हैं स्पर्श मात से तुम सबको कहानियाँ भी सुनाई हैं इस महामारी में भी मैंने शिक्षकों को घर घर तक पहुँचाया है हर विद्यार्थी हर वर्ग को विद्यावान बनाया है मूविंग ऑन काइजा माय प्रश्न टू यू वुड बी any three reforms, which come to your mind, or you could suggest to facilitate insurance for all by 2047, and what would they be, and any technological innovations which, your organization is especially working upon, and if you can, secret ka pitara khol sake to khulega, please.
Yeah, so this is actually a very long question, but I'll try and answer it in Sankshept, since I am inspired by your, beautiful Hindi and Urdu.
Thank you.
And imagine a Parsi speaking Hindi and Urdu is quite a miracle in itself. So, that being said, I think, we are really blessed to have a regulator, which while, some people, say, is very, very, impatient to get things done. It is also pushing the pace of the evolution of the industry a lot faster. So, the recent Bima Trinity of Bima Sugam, Bima Vistar and Bima Vahak, I mean, the combination of a platform with a product, which is a universal product, and penetration right down to the grassroots through a woman-centric approach. Very few countries actually think this far ahead in terms of making sure that you reach insurance right down to the grassroots. That being said, I think the regulation also now in terms of open architecture is pushing a lot more of the distribution channels. Of course, the agents have still been left out for obvious reasons, but at least the corporate agents, etc., can now tie up with a lot more companies to sell their products. They're already doing it in mutual funds, so it's a matter of time before it becomes completely universal. Okay. The last one, if you ask me on the product piece, and the product piece was one very hotly contested, grievance between the life industry and the regulator in terms of the file and use norms, because typically it was a very long time, taking process. Today with the use and file, the insurer has the power to, test its products and launch it in the market without necessarily having to wait, till the actuary and the product team and the, risk team at the regulator actually vets it and says, okay. So these three regulations are going to change the way insurance companies go to market, become a lot more flexible in taking onboarding risk, become a lot more democratized in terms of their distribution. And of course, at the same time, taking the technology down to the grassroots. See, one good thing that has happened in the pandemic, and Kavita actually talked about it, is that technology has reached every home, whether you like it or not. So people were doing their online classes, children were doing online classes, people were working from home, people were selling from home. So in fact, that was the watershed moment for life insurance, because finally people, see, typically the Indian attitude was, कि भगवान मेरी रक्षा करेगा, मेरा बेटा मेरी रक्षा करेगा, मेरा परिवार मेरी देखभाल करेगा. All that went out of the window with COVID. Okay, everybody realized that my life is important and anything can happen to me. So I need to buy life insurance right now. Okay, but when that happened, you suddenly had a deluge to the industry to do some 35-40% in that year for us. So it was a great, it was very sad for humanity, but very good for life insurers. Of course, the trail to that was, it was very sad for the reinsurers, but we will talk about that on another day. But that being said, I think simplifying products, bringing them on platforms with easier underwriting norms, easier to understand, easier to comprehend, easier to sell. This really helped in terms of bringing the industry into one of the top of mind thinkings. So today, if you see, the second highest long-term investment after FDs is typical of household saving is life insurance, which is very good. Okay. That being said, some of the stuff that we've done, and we realized this during the pandemic, is how do I provide good quality advice to my customer through a structured conversation. See, typically in intermediated product selling, the intermediary holds the information arbitrage, because the customer doesn't know as much as the intermediary. That unfortunately leads to a lot of confusion, a lot of grievances in terms of I was not told this, I was not told that. So bringing platforms, and this is one of the first things we did. So we looked at our 4 important stakeholders: the distributor, the customer, of course in no particular order. So the customer obviously comes first, but I'm talking distributor first because it follows a life cycle. So the distributor was equipped with a platform to have structured conversations and sell right, and giving the the prospect the opportunity to mix and match and see what he would like to buy. So this has killed our mis-selling and free look to a very large extent. This is A. B, from a customer perspective, of course, you've got your chatbots, you've got your WhatsApps, you've got your portals, you've got your call centers, which are typically traditional, and people are moving away from it. And the one thing that I must tell this audience, and since many of you all are digital natives, is the fact that whether we like it or not, the attractiveness of a customer calling a call center and walking into a branch. Of course, we look at a very different, customer segment. We are not a, very large insurer. We operate largely in the urban, semi-urban, and tier 1 towns. Our ticket sizes are very high. So therefore, our customers are typically educated. So the need for a customer to call a call center, which today, if you ask me, is a dying skill in this country. Nobody wants to sit behind a telephone and, answer calls. Okay, similarly, the need for a customer to walk into a branch and, find parking. I mean, for example, when, Sheetal called me, I was actually in Fort and I was doing backseat driving, telling my driver, don't move now. So, to avoid getting nicked here. So, I mean, imagine a customer having to come to your branch and trying to figure out parking. I mean, there'll be huge brand dissonance there only, that why did he have to have his office here? Okay. And third, the fact that the customer today is Atmanirbhar, whether you like it or not, the customer wants empowerment to do his own research, to ask his own queries and have them answered at his own convenience. So, I mean, for example, in a city like Bombay, you are traveling 3-4 hours a day. So by the time you reach home and then you say, oh, now I need to ask my insurance query, there's going to be no call center or no branch open for you. So giving the technology, in the form factor and at the convenience of the customer is what we aim to do. The last thing, and see, this is very important, is the data. And this, honestly speaking, for insurance is the soil, oil, sunlight, whatever you call it. Because we deal with such large sets of data, and we may be the only industry in the world that captures so much information. So typically a life insurance application form today captures a minimum of 240 fields, which is the best in class in the industry. Okay, at 240 fields, imagine the data richness that we have. So imagine the number of algorithms we can run, imagine the amount of integration we can do to, validate data. And this is another very big thing in this country, that we are blessed with one of the best public open API systems in the world, platforms in the world. So you've got your Aadhaar, you've now got your health insurance coming in with the Abha. Okay. Very recently, there was an article which actually said that everything about you will be tied to your birth certificate now. Okay, so the minute you're born and you have a birth certificate, your entire life's records will be linked to that birth certificate. So there's a country in the world called Estonia, which actually gives you a number from the minute you are conceived. And they don't have sex determination problems and all. So they give you a number there and then, that you will be born in this date range and therefore this is your number, and the minute you come out into the world, this is your number for life. So we are actually progressing in that direction only, if you think about it, because everything will be tied to your birth certificate. And largely, see, if you realize the ministry or the registry of records is typically decentralized. It's a state subject. It actually lies under different ministries in different states. That is also now being consolidated. Okay? So we are obviously working on that in terms of, ensuring that right from cradle to grave, we ensure we know our customer, we ensure that his details are always updated through electronic records. Bank account details, this is another very big one. This will, through the account aggregator and through integration with the account aggregator, a lot of this rich information, the credit bureaus, a lot of rich information being fed to us. How are we making sure that we keep in touch with that customer over a 15, 20, 30-year-old, 30-year kind of contract period? That is what we are working on in terms of technology.
Thank you, Kaizad. Let me also share with you कि एस्टोनिया से हम एक कदम भी पीछे नहीं हैं. भारत देश में जैसे ही कंसीव होता है तो स्कूल में जाके बच्चे का नाम लिखाए आते हैं कि 3 साल बाद मेरा बच्चा आएगा. And especially if you want to, especially when you want the admission to be in Bombay Scottish and all those things, तो कंसीव होते ही अब वो नाम जरूर कुछ शाम लिखवाएंगे, बाद में शामली कर देंगे उसको, वो बात जरूर है. तो चलिए, yeah, that is confident. Yes sir. So मैं टेक्नोलॉजी कहलाता हूँ, दुकानें समाई हैं जेबों में, टेबल पर है बैंक तुम्हारा, घर बैठे खेलो खेलो को, पास आ गया विश्व ये सारा. ड्रोन से कर सकते हैं बारिश, क्षणों में खेतों को हम जोतेंगे, लहलाते देख फसलों को अन्नदाता कब तक रोकेंगे. So moving on, Sundar, finally to you, the first ball. I think you are a champion in fraud cases in the life insurance side, I've been told. And yeah, गुप्त सूत्रों से पता चला है मुझे. Fraud prevention, yeah, that is why. Fraud prevention and that too in the life insurance space. So, सारी जनता देख ले, यही आदमी है जिसके पास बॉडी को लेके जाना है, जो एग्जांपल दे रहे थे सुबेरे. So distribution will be the key to achieve universal health coverage in India, Sundar, and among which type of distributors do you see API-led insurance penetration growing the most, and what does the future hold? And I would like you to, hear also your views on the ERM and the risk scenarios in general, and of course, fraud cases in the life insurance side. Some, अगर आप उसका कुछ चटकारा हमें दे पाएं तो. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Right, so I never wanted to be a fraud prevention expert, but actually I was a banker and moved to insurance, and so quite a change. And
welcome to the club.
And of course, the things changed a lot. And as speakers have all said, the digital transformation is changing the whole world. And we are also part of that race, whether we like it or not. And that is going to sweep changes and add inclusion. If you see the privacy bill, that speaks about 24 languages being the translated French scripts. So everybody would get included because the language translation by the software would have to be done. And it's not difficult at all. There are so many softwares in the country. So those are the changes that are going to invade. And added to that is the cyber spurt that have you seen. When we started digital transformation 6 or 7 years back, it was just 2% or 3%. Now 97, 98%, a very traditional company is the digital transformation, 97, 98. When I speak about digital transformation, not necessarily the policy is about online real time. It's just that the form filling, the Aadhaar sharing, and everything else is digital online. The rest of the things remain the same, but what we could see is the transformation. We don't capture the customer signature now. It's all there in the identity already. The sign is there, and the check is there. Or if check is there, or a card is there, then the card is there. Credit card. Then there is an authentication online with the Aadhaar world. So Aadhaar, PAN, and other facets that have come, all have sort of, and the BIMAs that we spoke about, all have integrated the transformation. And this, of course, has increased the risk and the fraud, especially on the cyber side. The way people succumb to calls, that's other problem we have. The other day I had a case, a very interesting case, nothing to do with my company actually, but because they know that I'm a fraud prevention person, they came to me to solve the problem. So apparently one of the accountant from a traditional company got a call saying that you surrender the policy, we will give you so much money. And so a massive amount of fraud was done on 4 or 5 large policies. And the guy was foolish enough to trust that call and give away everything, the data. And all these were surrendered and money transferred quickly. And of course, then they sought my help to go to the police. I took the guys to the police. Police listened to everything. Then he understood the case. Then he said, Sundar, you keep quiet, you don't interfere. And then they didn't complain in the end. They were scared of complaining. So the amount of frauds that actually could be there will be much more than what is reported. And what is reported is quite high. When it runs into crores. We came from 20,000 crores to 30,000 crores. Now it's between 30 to 40,000 crores per annum. That's the amount of frauds that are there. And the phone calls and clicking links is something you'll have to be careful of. I get so many links in my mobiles, both them two now, because I believe one will go away, then other will be there. So, but the and different agencies. So the amount of links you get a day is humongous. Many of them could be genuine, but many of them are false also. So you will have to be careful what link you click, what do you trust, what SMS you trust. And added to that, the calls. Calls you have to be really careful. Stranger, financial inclusion, financial planning with a stranger, it's a lot of question mark. On the other side, there's a pressure on us to do digital transformation. And there is pressure on us to do calling. We have to do welcome calling. We have to do so many calls to the customer. So it's a very funny world that's emerging. And the cyber risk, the digital transformation risk, the identity risk is going to be very, very high. And of course, the traditional frauds are still there. You have false signatures, you have forms being filled up, money is given away by the customer without understanding what is he or she is buying. And I would blame both the seller and the buyer for this. It's just not only the seller and not only the buyer. It's both. So we'll need to take additional care, additional controls need to be implanted to ensure the fraud prevention of frauds are reduced as much as possible. You can't prevent frauds. It would happen. And that's why my job is there. So, having said that, the kind of magnitude that I see is gone up. And the non-disclosure of those also has gone up. There are a lot of mandates regulatorily to disclose them, to also report them. And the privacy regulation will be key. It will be biggest risk to the insurance company because the fines are very high. 250 crore is the fine. And therefore, the disclosure of a privacy breach, hacking, a cyber risk is very high now on the supplier. The board has to come up and the board would frame rules. Then the time will start. Having said that, even before the board has come about, on 11th August, one of the training company, which we are not even digitally connected, got hacked. The data of some employees were out. All that was out was the name of the employee and what designation. And there were letters from regulators saying that what are you up to, what is it, your data is leaked. This has gone to many companies. And then when we investigated, we found nothing wrong with our company. It's just a trading company with which we had shared the data and they had done some changes in the technology infrastructure. They also run forensics to prove that they are not breached, but somehow data is gone and data is in the dark net. And so we need to do dark net review also now to find out how much data is there. And you'll be surprised, 20% of the dark net is Indian story. So that is the kind of cyber risk. We are number 2, as said in the earlier panels also, we are number 2 in the world now in terms of being vulnerable. And maybe number out of the top 5 in sort of attacks also being perpetrated from the company, from the country. So the frauds prevention requires a lot of holistic approach. People need to collaborate, cooperate. So it's just not, the fraud prevention expert, it's the seller, buyer, customer, all the stakeholders, government, authorities, police. When police, I spent a lot of time with police because I had to give awards, etc., because there are a lot of good guys there. They understand the situation very well and are very empathetic when you approach them, in a very requesting way. It's just, and they do take action. It's not that they don't. And so you'll have to pursue all this. I don't know, many of you are aware, when you drive a car, there are a lot of violations that are now caught digitally in photographs. And then you get a very hefty bill saying you have to clear this. And they have photographs of the car. So things have caught up in the public infrastructure. Next year would be revolutionary. All these changes would take off in the next 3 or 4 years. And India would also be now part of the World Financial Services in April 2024. And we would be part of the big world where people will play with our stocks and bonds. And so values will change, the streams would change. Things would change. very, very dynamically in the next 5 years. So more controls you put in risk management, you adopt, more collaboration and cooperation, better. I have to be really careful how you deal with money, how you deal with finances, and whom do you trust. So education is key. Understand product services well. In Australia, every product that is sold, the seller has to, insurance especially, the seller has to demonstrate at least 3 companies, 3 more companies' products, and prove that the product that he is selling or she is selling is a good one. And this is compulsory. This is because of the information trust that you get as a customer. So this would also go up in the country because of the way infrastructures are developed and the fines are going up. Things would change. Next 4 years would be very interesting. I don't know whether you would have heard, LIC already has launched digital transformation. So things again would change. What happened in the banking world would happen in the insurance world. The number of value of frauds will go up. Mind-boggling manner. So that's what it is. I don't know. Is there any other answer? I think I've addressed your question, right?
There is one more question to you. I'll come back.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Thank you. So moving back to you, Amitabh, so one question which is there is, so, would like to get your views on the use of technology driving insurance coverage for different populations, right? And so as you are from a reinsurance side, so are reinsurers leveraging data and technology to cover groups earlier considered to be uninsurable or something like that?
Yeah, it's a very good question. There is, in my view, there's nothing called uninsurable. There is a price to insurance. Maybe it's 100%, but there has to be a price to insurance. So basically, what can happen with technology is the more data you get. There are 2 aspects to it. The more data you get, as was being said, you can build better algorithms, you can build better models, and you can then, the law of large number also plays up, and then you can technically cover a greater part of the population. But the flip side is also that the one price won't fit all. You will have, so the more data you get, you will get into the law of large numbers, and you'll get more ways of doing algorithms and modeling. And one size fits all, one price won't work. You'll be able to price the risk accordingly. So technology helps that way. So more and more parts of the population which is considered uninsurable with the law of large numbers will possibly, and becoming part of the greater pool, will actually become insurable. That's the whole idea of all this aspects that we were talking about, Bima Vista, Bima Bhag, from the regulator also. It goes in that same direction. Now, another aspect, not around just uninsurable, but what about some previously thought uninsurable or not insured aspects of the economy? So I give you a very small example, flight delay. Flight delay insurance is now fairly common and but few years ago it was not really. But actually the data of millions and millions of flights was actually somewhere sitting, So we went ahead and we created a model around flight delay with 200 million flight data, which was available. And flight delay insurance, and on an app is available on tap these days, for example. So that's the power of technology to make certain things which were traditionally called uninsurable to be, or not possible to insure for some reason, to insure. Then there is parametric products, which again, are new, coming in. They have the power to basically ensure, the class of population where you will not get data. So, example, in Nagaland, we had a product for excess rainfall to cover the entire population of Nagaland for the different districts. Now, if you go and try and find out how many insured persons are there, how many houses we need to cover. That's a few years project, or if not months. You change that entire thinking into a parametric line of thinking. Of course, the government and all the stakeholders have to be part of the process, and it's not perfect. But there is a way of doing this and increasing the penetration.
Thanks, Amitabh. Here, I just wanted to add few more things, and I think just to add, Sundar, that collection of, clicking the photograph, and you were saying that, travel fines, and, so I think the enhanced technology which is happening is, which I have seen is that if you have not paid your fine, the policemen are now standing at the tolls, and they, through the technology, come to know that you are coming their way, and they will not let you cross the toll unless you pay the previous fines. Yeah, absolutely. So, and the other few things which I came to understand and know about is, so there are certain revenue loss oriented insurance products which has come out in the market, which have been related to the heat, for example. So this product has been recently launched by a European company in India through a consultant. And I've been told that 2 organizations, insurance organizations are working with them. And I think of that, none of the 4 organizations are sitting here. So the product is like, so when the heat increases above, 45 degrees, the milk production by the cow or the buffalo goes down, right? And there's a business loss to the farmer. So on that basis, how does insurance, repays? Looking at the back data is one product which I just recently heard. And the same is being implied to the poultry business, because with this heat, again, the egg production goes down, and then there is a revenue loss to the people. Apart from that, so this same product, they have taken further ahead, saying that once there is a tsunami or there is a flood, the people to whom micro loans have been given by banks, and they have a bundled product in there. So, so nowadays, I think, the people sitting here, you would be happy to note, or most of you would be knowing, that in banking, the smaller amount of loans are given more and preferred by banks to be given to women. And the process which is used is called as joint liability group, JLG it is called. And the simplest of reason why women, because women जो है वो it is considered कि जो एक analysis करके आया कि एक औरत को अपनी इज्जत बहुत प्यारी होती है, कि अगर वो पैसे नहीं देगी तो बैंक जो है वो उसके अगेंस्ट एक्शन ले सकता है, राइट? वेयर एज मैन को अगर लोन दो तो वो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है उसको पकड़ पाना. तो जस्ट टेलिंग यू इन शॉर्ट, सो वंस the tsunami or the flood comes, so these women are not able to pay their EMIs because the income has not been generated. So again there is a revenue loss. So insurance companies are now saying, okay, एक साल आप EMI नहीं दे सकते, so we will come out with an insurance product. Last 2 cents from my side as a moderator is the same thing is happening with the cold storage guys, right? So floods आए, production नहीं हुआ, storage houses ready हैं, उनके पास आलू, प्याज, टमाटर, whatever storages में काम ही नहीं हुआ, and then again there is a revenue loss. So again insurance companies are working towards building up those kind of innovative products for the storage houses. Okay, so Arif, coming back to you, so what are the emerging technologies, like blockchain, IoT, AI, ML, generative AI we hear, do you believe will significantly impact the insurance sector, and what are your views on that?
So let me start with the AI ML. So I think we use a lot of AI ML data models to curate products, understand customer behavior, understand fraud models. So let's say same hospital, what time, how many claims are coming, same person. And with KYC now getting mandatory, right? We collect a lot of data around KYC with the person data, and now KYC will get augmented further with account aggregator. So with Bharat data infrastructure, right, which is UID, which is KYC, basically we get Aadhaar, and then from there you have account aggregator from where we get the financial information of the customer. You're able to understand customer better through different AI models, his propensity to buy, which product is high, and some of those things we are able to do that. So AI/ML is definitely there, and almost everybody is using it now. I think you would have seen our ad of I'll Take Care, right, where with face scan we are able to generate critical vitals of a person and able to give him alerts, and he can do the teleconsultation. Some of those other features are there. We have Watch Your Health and Know Your Health kind of a program available there. So you can keep track of your disease. That actually uses the AI model, and it tells you whether you're on a borderline, you're on a red line, and some of those kind of this one. Apart from that, if you talk about IoT, How You Drive is a popular product right now, but will need some time for adoption. But with some of those IoT devices, we are able to understand customers' driving behavior. If he's a good driver, we are able to give him discount. If it's a bad driver, we are able to punish him for his bad driving and improve his driving behavior. Punishment is not to increase and collect more premium, but to improve his driving behavior and then make overall society better, right? So some of those places where IoT is getting used, I think you talked about the cattle insurance, right? So in the past, when we used to do the cattle insurance, we were able to do the RFID tagging and insure the cattle with those and track cattle through that. The other good interesting part is we integrate with a lot of fintech partners, our e-commerce partners, and with those integrations, we are able to offer products which were never thought earlier. I think Ola Trip Insurance, right? So if you look at 5 years or 10 years back, the travel insurance was only for the people who are taking air travel, and nobody else would have thought saying, okay, now even a smaller Ola trip can get insured, or let's say your IRCTC trip can get insured. So that's how some of these technologies with the API and then cloud, and we are able to process so much of data. You're able to reach out and then expand the coverage of insurance. Blockchain, I think we did experiment with blockchain in some of the use cases, but I think we'll need some more time for blockchain to get evolved, and then crypto, I think it's still not legal in India. So we'll need some more time. So, but otherwise AI, ML, IoT, and some of the other has got a lot of use cases. So somebody talked about the crop insurance, satellite images. You're able to identify saying the claim is genuine, not genuine, how much the rain has happened. With data expanding and exploding, I think the usage of technology will just go.
Thank you, Arif. And so maybe last few questions. I'm moving to you, Kaizad. So I think the question which I think I had noted down was, how are you meeting customer expectations, and what all new are you doing on the side when I talk of, generative AI and, the need for digital expertise, and how are you investing in the development of talent and skills in your organization?
So I will pick up the talent and skill first, because eventually people run organizations. So I think one of the things that we have realized is that we need to make insurance a lot more sexy for people to join it, because I still remember, somebody telling me 15 years ago when I joined an insurance company. So I actually started as a hotelier, which was a very sexy job, right? I got to wear a nice suit and a tie and eat in 5-star hotels. Then I moved to telecom, and my father completely freaked out, saying that you become a linesman or a telephone operator, because that was the level of understanding in society about what telecom companies did 20 years ago. And then finally, luckily for me, I was married, because one of my relatives actually told me that, you joined insurance, it's good, because, typically people don't give their girls to people who work in insurance, because they think you're insurance agents. So that is the level of, thinking in society about insurance as a profession. But that being said, I think one of the things that we have done very effectively is that we have focused largely on digital natives to join us, especially in our senior, middle management. So a lot of lateral hiring, of people who come from digitally oriented companies. A lot of engagement with campuses. So this may be music to your ears, Doc. So we will stay in touch on this. And I told you one of my vertical heads is actually your alumnus.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Along with that, of course, one thing that's very important, especially with a younger population, is they follow the Jim Morrison philosophy of, we want the whole world and we want it now. So keeping them engaged, keeping them aspirational, making sure that they are involved with company-wide projects, making sure that they are constantly dabbling with new technologies, even if it comes at a slight bit of a cost. Making sure that they are certifying themselves. The value of certification is very high, with the younger population. So we've got stuff on Udemy, etc., where people can actually go and certify themselves on various, technology and other aspects. So I think keeping the population engaged, making sure that you're hiring the right mix. So typically, if I remember correctly, in the last couple of years, our average company age has come down by about 5 years. Yeah. So I mean, while we are all old men sitting at the top, the guys who are actually running the shops today are either in their early 30s or in their mid 30s. So which is good because it gives a lot of energy internally. That being said, from a perspective of new technologies, like I said, we are very heavily, into the public API ecosystem, the UPI ecosystem, especially for, transactions. Because if you think about it, after selling your largest transaction is your policy renewals. So how do I make it, convenient for my customers to pay me at the touch of a button is extremely critical. So, making sure you're embedded there, making sure that the customer is able to identify himself through simple biometrics, through simple OTPs, rather than coming and signing a form. I mean, that is completely passé. So I remember maybe about 4 years ago, I actually went on a study group to China, to Shanghai and to Shenzhen, etc. on digital remittances with my previous employer. The CFO of one of the car rental companies over there, very young girl, she must have been in her mid-20s, and she was the CFO in a very large car rental company. She actually said that in China, if you ask anybody to sign a piece of paper, your business will never take off. So they are digital to the point where paper is an anathema. There are no checks also, absolutely. Everything is, on online remittances and QR codes, basically. So that's where the world is going, and that's where we are going as an organization. Because see, we have one big advantage. We are a second generation or a third generation insurer that is only 12 years old. The 3 new insurers have come in just this year. So we were the youngest till like at the beginning of this year. So we had the advantage of leapfrogging technology. We've had the advantage of, using cloud rather than, your typical on-prem rack-based, infrastructure. We've had the advantage of, advanced mobility, which was not there in the early 2000s. We've had the advantage of those smartphones which are already there. So we've used all those to our advantage to ensure that we insure a higher ticket size customer, a more educated customer, and not necessarily focus on that, old route of opening branches and, getting a lot of agents and then training them and begging them to do business, etc. Yes, so we completely killed that overhead cost, and we operated a very, very minimal OPEX as compared to, the rest of the industry. So that's where we're at. So this is interesting.
So we have not opened the questions and answer session now.
Your job is in danger here.
That is what I'm saying. He's putting my job into danger. Yeah. Anand, what is this? No, please go ahead.
Sir, the chief operating officer is the biggest victim of the chief risk officer and the chief auditor. So that being said, see, it is very simple. If you hire right, the propensity for fraud automatically goes down. Okay? So we are very particular, and this is a running battle with all businesses and HR, that you're not hiring fast enough for us, onboarding is not happening. But the flip side of that is that because you're getting good people, the propensity to fraud the company is lower. Now also remember, there is a sociological impact of this. When you get good, educated, ethically minded people to whatever extent, they also know good, educated, ethically minded people. So automatically your quality of customer improves, because I mean, a guy who's, let's say, assume living in Cuff Parade is not going to go and start sourcing in Dharavi. Correct? His natural caucus is Cuff Parade, Kolaba, this area. So so if you do these things right, you profile your agents right, you profile your employees right, you do good ref checks, you do good field visits when you feel, and there is a lot of data. IIB, for example, it has multiple models running which give you heat maps, which tell you that, hey, you sourced in this part of Bombay or this part of, Bihar, which may seem dodgy because, we've seen incidences of fraud there. So the vigilance on those areas is much more. The field visits are much more. We call the customer to the branch just to check. We take full-length photographs. We've got, heat sensing apps which tell you that, the guy is actually alive. See, there are running, the cartels will actually, take a dead body on a pyre, open his eyes with tape, and take a photo and use his anguta for Aadhaar. So I've worked in a company like that in the past. Okay, it was a very spiritual company. So we dealt only with dead people. So to that extent, there is a lot of learning in the industry of what things you should not be. And people, believe you me, people in this country are far smarter than you think when it comes to frauding you. And it is a beautifully curated ecosystem. Doctors, hospitals, the police, the government, everybody's in it. Yes, everybody's in it.
कल ऑफिस जाना है ना?
Sir, I was actually underground for a few weeks in 2017.
So you're used to it.
So I'm used to it. So one of my ambitions like you is also to do a thesis on this. Okay. So that being said, I'll hand it over to Sundar.
Thanks. You want to add something, Sundar, to it?
Yeah, several. What's your question?
So, Sundar, the question is, please tell your trade secrets. Please share.
Yeah, so my trade secret is to understand the people, process, technology in the industry. To what I think Kaizad said on developments, yeah, it makes sense to be niche in the industry. You hire niche people, process, focus, your quality improves and you get better business. Having said that, would that suffice? The inclusive approach and policy for each person by 2047, I don't know. That's a big question mark. So you would still need to improve process at a mass level. For Aadhaar, PAN, verification, people verification, you take a video of the guy at a very digital level, in a very cost-effective way is the need. And that would what happen now, the next 4-5 years, in a much bigger way. And that's where I think we're heading for, looking at all the reforms. You look at Aadhaar, eKYC, empanelment. Actually, it's not a regulatory mandate, but still regulator is pushing each and every player to go into that mode. Bima Sugam is same. Regulator is pushing us to all put in capital and then ensure the suppliers and customers are there in that market. So what someone, I think Kazad only said, regulator, or you said, regulator is proactively pushing in a very futuristic manner and then pushing things in the industry. I think that would click. Sure. Over 4 or 5 years down, things would be done much different. It would click because the norms that have taken up and completely holistic. Today, regulator is exactly aware what each and every company is doing. They have all the parameters. I was surprised one of the valuation meeting that we had, he was clear even of our check bounce. He's saying your check bounce is more. Something is wrong. Yeah. Yes.
Anand, we have still not opened.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, that's the kind of reforms that have taken place, the electronic reporting that we do, parameters that are disclosed, and the infrastructural improvement. So, I think there is a lot of push towards better, and it would push things. Having said that, there is no end on fraud, and that will continue. New ways of committing frauds, and that would continue. The challenges are always there.
So thanks, Sundar. Really appreciate. And just to add what Kaizad you said, so there is a company in India which has just been started around 6 months back. Again, in the good interest and knowledge of the audience. So they help do make your will, right? And along with that will, they also give you an option. How would you like to die? Or in sense, once you have died, how one should kind of do your funeral and all, and how you should be taken, and would your family require help and all those things. So those kind of things have also come up now, and that product is really selling like hot. Yeah, Sundar, go ahead.
There is a biotech, there is a IoT, which is this size, and then it's attached to your body. that measures your heart rate and this in the cloud.
Yep.
Again, Indian company. So you just have to attach it to the bodies of your insureds. Then you have the complete BP. If the BP goes down, you rush an ambulance beforehand.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Save that guy. So
Absolutely, wonderful.
preventive.
So
These are the things that are come
absolutely.
now. and
So
will
thank
go on.
you, Sundar, thank you everyone. So I believe whatever the moderator and the panelists shared, it made some sense, and you could kind of think, and it didn't go all above your heads. So I just open the forum now. Any questions? And Anand, you are debarred from this process for some time. No. So whosoever has a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and if you have a pointed question towards any of the panelists, पुराने दुश्मन है तो निकाल लीजिए दुश्मनी. So sir, please mic दीजिएगा sir को. Sir, in the interest of all, just please introduce yourself, and we know you, and then please.
I'm Mihir Vora. I'm from Aditya Birla Insurance. My question is to Mr. Arif Syed. Okay. This is from a perspective of general insurance. While I completely agree with all of you that, see, there is no way other than digitalization and zero paper. Okay, so now there is a unique problem that we face. Like as intermediaries, we deal with, say, 20 insurance companies. As an insurance company, you deal with, say, 45 intermediaries. Okay, so everybody wants a digital setup. So we have an army of operations people trying to feed into the system, and that system communicates with your system. Now at your end, your system tells this should be as per my system, and if I go to some other insurer, it should be as per my system. So there is a multiplicity of systems, multiplicity of platforms. So this presents a unique problem. Okay, and say when I was an insurer, I would say if I don't have an option, I will ask my boys to redo the whole thing, okay, as per our system. But I don't want things to go outside the system. Okay, the only risk is the moment it goes outside the system, my risk officer will shoot me. So how do you solve this problem is number one. The solution I can myself think of is that in the London market, you see a common platform. When you have a common information, okay, and everybody adheres to a common information, and there is a common setup, and that company, that entity, is funded by everybody in the market. So do you see this kind of thing emerging, or you have any other solution, or are you as a company working towards it?
I think a very good question. It's not only London, I think most of the places abroad it's available. Even in Malaysia, I think I used to lead technology for Fairfax Asia. Even in Malaysia or Hong Kong or Singapore, there are intermediaries in between who host this platform. And this is very tightly integrated with the road transport offices of the country. And so anybody who is driving a vehicle, and that's how they ensure the insurance is 100% and complied in some of those countries. Because there is a one platform on which everybody has to come. So you are paying a road tax or you are registering your vehicle. It has to be there, and then they make sure that insurance is bought over there on the same platform. All insurers are supposed to integrate, and the customer has a choice of picking up which insurance he wants to pick it up. And that's how it enforces the 100% insurability of at least vehicle which is getting driven there. I think in India, there are a lot of conversation happening. I think IIB and GIC is talking about some of those things. But a very good initiative which has started is on the NHS side, especially on the health claim side. I'm not sure whether you are aware of it. So where NHS is trying to bring in both payer and the provider. So provider is the hospitals. Hospitals are supposed to get empaneled, and we are the first few insurers who have empaneled onto that platform. It's part of the pilot launch by the Health Ministry on that. Providers are supposed to empanel there. Payer, which is the insurance company, is supposed to get integrated there, and there's only uniform data exchange happen. So whichever hospital integrate with NHS and whichever insurance pays there. So there is zero hassle for the customer and integration basically. So today what happens, every insurer has their own platform. When you go to hospital, they will give you 10 claim forms to fill and all those things. But if once you go to those empanel hospital, if they are on an NHS platform, there's a standard set of questions which you're supposed to answer, which hospital fills in, and the insurers are integrated. Insurer is supposed to approve or reject the claim on that platform. So some of the initiatives has to be regulatory driven and governance driven. And if that happens, I think we'll be more than happy to do, because it will benefit us also, right? As you talked about, it takes a lot of effort to integrate the 20 partners. It takes a lot of effort to settle claims also for those 20 partners, because today the products are not standardized. I think through Bima Vahak or Bima Sugam, regulatory also trying to address that problem, saying there's a standardization of product, which is a standard product available for layman. Then you can keep modifying and keep upgrading or downgrading your product based on the circle you want to address. So I think as there's a lot of push from the regulator to standardization and integration, and then making insurance easier for the customer and for the public generally, because and that the only way where the way you can increase the penetration of the insurance. Otherwise, it's very difficult. So today, as I was talking about the LLM example, right? So today the products are so complicated, it's so tough. English is like even you need a good literature guy to read those clauses and understand what does it mean and what is covered, what is not covered. So I think there's a lot of push from the regulator side, and we'll see that change happening very soon.
Thanks, Arif. Yeah, just one sec. So I think for that English conversion and all, we have Shashi Tharoor. So yeah, over to you.
There is a push on common policy. Already policy documents are very, very standard. There are standard lines in each policy document. Similarly, proposal form. As Kazat said, the proposal form, generally a company captures 60% of proposal form in the systems. The rest of the 30 is not even captured. So it's a joke. But there is a lot of push on standardizing. But what is required is data standards. So what would happen is eventually we will move on to a common data standard. But that's going to take time. There are so many initiatives and projects. There is a problem there.
I think globally there are data standards exist, right? So there's an accord model which is a globally accepted model, right? It's just that the adoption of that model to India needs to happen, and everybody has to come as a forum to accept some of those things. It's just that push from the regulatory or a council is required, which will make everybody to come onto that. And NHS is a great example, and there's a great push from government on adopting NHS actually.
Yeah, thanks Arif and thanks Sudhir. Any other questions? Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself. Take time. Don't be nervous. And shoot your question to a specific panelist. And I am also available on the dot. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Rohit. I currently work with HDFC Ergo. So my question is to Mr. Amitabh. So you said you don't believe any concept as unpreferred risk. You think everything could be covered under insurance that way. So similar to insurance industry, one of the sector which is growing just as rapidly or even more is the renewable energy space. So we are seeing a lot of solar manufacturers or wind or green hydrogen coming in. Now what typically happens is that as insurers, we try to cover risk after a particular scale or size. Like the ones who have a very less capacities, we typically don't give the same coverages as to the larger players. So how do you think we can cover them? Because technically we have the product, but we are not really covering the smaller players. So any views on that?
Yeah, so actually the answer is of course reinsurance. So if you have a small scale and it doesn't make sense, it will create a problem in your portfolio. You reinsure it 99% and hopefully we can pass it on to the rest of the world and hope for the best, of course.
So you would be comfortable with taking the smaller scale as well as a reinsurers
Yeah. So, if we are walking the talk about renewables, then we must also, talk about supporting some of these, sometimes difficult to, and of course at a correct price, and instead of, so the premise is some insurance better than no insurance at all, right? So somebody who's a really difficult risk may not get the exact 100% coverage, but may get something which is more tight and maybe more tailor-made. But coverages can be made, designed. So, which is why just the chatbot and all will not 100% replace our industry, because in the end, some customization will always be required.
See, if you see UK or US, the number of products that insurance companies have is huge. The proportion is like some 40 against 1,000. That's the average. If you have 40 products, they would have 1,000 products. So that's the difference. The use and file will push this. Because when we had file and use, we only had 5-6 products per year. Now we don't have that limitation. And it'll go up. Definitely will go up.
Thank you, Sundar, and thank you for the question. Really appreciate. I think in the interest of time, it's time that we put our hands together for all the 4 brilliant panelists here. And thank you so much. Thank you all. You all have been very, very supporting audience. पुरानी आदत है, बिना कुछ गाए हुए बंद नहीं कर सकता मैं. So मुझे एक पुरानी फिर से छठी की मतलब 6th standard, not the छठी की याद दिलाना. So 6th standard की पोएम याद आ रही है फिर से, और मैं इन चारों महारथियों के लिए वो पोएम डेडिकेट कर रहा हूँ. और वो पोएम जो है वो हैं तो ये सब टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट एंड बिजनेस में अपने हेड पर. ये दिस सॉन्ग इज बीइंग संग बाय बुलंद दरवाज़ा. अगर आप लोगों ने जानते हो, बुलंद दरवाज़ा है एक. सो द बुलंद दरवाज़ा इज सेइंग कि मैं बुलंद दरवाज़ा हूँ, सीकरी में रहता हूँ, मैं प्रतीक विजय का गर्दन ऊंची रखता हूँ, मैं बुलंद दरवाज़ा हूँ. शुक्रिया. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much to all the panelists and moderator. No, sir, just a moment. I request Dr. Agarwal to kindly felicitate our panelists, starting with Shri Arif Sayyed. Shri Amitabh Ray. Shri Kaizad Hiramanik. Shri Sundar Krishnan. A big thank you to our moderator and panelists for such a valuable contribution to this discussion. I kindly request you to join us off the dais. Thank you, sir. I would now like to request this conference's event project head, Shri Anand Kulkarni sir, to give away the concluding remarks.
वेल हर अच्छी चीज कभी ना कभी अंत होती है, बराबर. Trust me friends, 2 months before we thought of this, we coined this idea, and today it has come to a successful end, I would say. The kind of response that you people have given is amazing. And just to summarize the entire day-long session that has happened, I'm given that responsibility. Let me do that for you all. The penetration of insurance is really very low. And the reasons we saw in the morning from the esteemed panelist. There is no concrete solution to it, my dear friends. But each one teach one, if that concept really takes up, I am sure today 200 people are here. You all can educate another 200 people. And that's the thing, it can go viral. That's one message which I would like to, as a key takeaway from the first panel discussion that we had. Dear friends, there was also one more point which was came up, that there is a scope for more communication between the buyers and sellers. What does the seller want to sell? Rather than that, what does the buyer want? The need-based analysis is what is needed for buying up an insurance product. Insurance in India, unfortunately, has been sold as an investment tool till 2000. I remember selling products like Jeevan Shri and all like a hot cake, trust me. But money back policies, you know, those policies were very popular and they were giving a decent amount of returns to the tune of about 6 to 8%. But now that has come down to as low as 3.5%, all the endowment policies. So the lucrativeness of that amount has come down drastically. So can we try to look at need-based analysis and change our perspective from investment to protection? Insurance as a protection tool. My young generation sitting here should understand that to the core. Ki insurance is just a protection, right? So that was the second message which I thought I should share with you. Risk management is coming up in a big way and new types of risks are emerging. Sundarji mentioned a few minutes back, actually, if one risk goes away, second comes up. And educated people are more vulnerable, I would say, because they are used and they are inclined more towards the, you know, the gadgets that they are using. So they are more prone to it. Buyer, be aware. So people, be aware what kind of links you are clicking, right? A regulator has a key role to play, and yes, fortunately, we have got a wonderful regulator now where there are many proactive steps that are being taken. Esteemed panelist now also has endorsed that particular views, and we are looking forward for many such initiatives coming in from the regulator. Data, they are analyzing. Data, they are mining in a proper way, and data, they are literally trying to find out where exactly what it is. That's where they came up with check bouncing cases of any particular organization and all, actually. So definitely there is a watchdog doing the real job. Earlier it was known as only insurance regulator, but now, fortunately, I think they're looking at insurance regulatory and development authority. So they don't want to develop the industry also to the whole. I hope you people agree with my context, right? By 2040, India is likely to be the world insurance leader. That is also was highlighted. And if each one of us decide over here, my dear friends, yes, we can. It's not a long story. We have 1.4 billion population. Out of that, whatever insurable population is, if we try to reach out to them, every household can have an insurance. Life is not the only thing, but every type of insurance can be purchased. Technology has its own risks and challenges both. Yes, the advantages are far more higher than the risks that it poses. So we are inclined towards it. And yes, risk officers like Sundar are always there to check us and ensure that we are trying to be on track. We are not overboarding it, right? So thank you, sir. I think that will be a wonderful thing that will come out. There is a tremendous amount of data, and data is king, my dear friends. If that is taken care of, I'm sure things will fall in place. I would like to tell a small story. Are you in mood to listen to a story? Okay, great. When I am a guest lecturer at a college, I normally try to ask people, how do they define insurance? What is life insurance? Can anybody answer that? Come on. चेहरे पे ऐसा लिखा हुआ है कि अरे यार क्या बोल रहे हो, तुम बोलो ना, पूछ के खत्म करो जल्दी, स्टोरी बोल रहे हो. Okay, great, I'll tell you. Yes, sir. Are you my student? Okay, great. Fair enough. But that's not the answer which I'm looking for. Okay, great. Here, friends, in fact, in the year 1989, when I joined the insurance industry, I went to my professor and told him, Ki, sir, I want you to become my agent. That gentleman said, yes, Anand, I will definitely. He was selling Unit Trust of India at that time, and he agreed. But you should answer one question to me. Then he asked me, what is life insurance? I told, sir, it's a risk cover. A very confident reply that I gave. He just caught hold of my hand, took me to the bedroom. Don't get fancy ideas. And he showed me his ailing mother, who was 85 years old, and tells me, Ki Anand, risk is here, cover it. I was disturbed. I had taken a training for 3 months and then come as a young development officer to recruit agents. And then when I see this, I'm not able to answer a simple question which a layman can understand. I took 2 steps back and told him, Ki, sir, there has to be some money element in that, sir. There's some paisa, finance. Then the gentleman tells, yes, Anand, she has got 10 lakh rupees in the bank. So is insurance really risk cover? Ask this question. I told him, sir, the moment I get the answer for this, I will come and sign the dotted lines. Are you okay with it? He said, yes. 1 month I did not go to anybody. First case, confidence loss. Then I coined a simple statement, my dear friends, which is very powerful, and I want each one of you all to understand. Life insurance is nothing but a financial substitute to the earning potential of an individual. That lady was there, 85-year-old, she had 10 lakh rupees, but that was one-time income. Was it the earning potential that it was secured? No. So life insurance is nothing but a financial substitute to the earning potential of an individual. That was the definition which I coined. And I realized that the market needs simple definitions to understand. And you as a salesperson, are you trying to provide that kind of simplicity is what you need to ask. And trust me, friends, there is a huge market which is waiting for you with open arms and telling you, come, I would like to have an insurance. And it's one of the best paying lines. In 20 years, I amassed my wealth for myself, my family, my children's education, my everything, all financial planning is done. And I moved out gracefully to venture out the world. And here I am before you. Not only in India, but even in the emerging markets, I travel a lot and I try to see what and how exactly the world is. But that financial security has come because of Life Insurance Corporation of India. I was working with LIC of India. Why am I telling you this? Because there is a huge potential which each one of you can plan to if you decide. 20 years, more than enough. Plan your finances, set your financial plan, and do whatever you want in life. That's the message. Anyway, friends, in fact, MEDC has initiated this particular thought of, doing this once in a year now. We would like your support and guidance and also maybe, wholehearted participation from all the panelists like all of you. So we will be doing that. My first special thanks goes to Bhagwat Karatji because he was supposed to be present here. He had desire to be here, but then he could not. But he has sent his video message to us actually, which is most welcome. So we thank him for the same. Our guest of honor, Nilesh Sathe, he conducted one panel discussion as well as with great humor. He has also shared a number of experiences of his life actually. And I think he himself is an example of life because 3 times cancer survivor and also 1 crore of personal funds being donated is not a joke. Such a kind of a personality we got as a chief guest. It was really, we really enjoyed his company and I'm sure it might have added value to each one of you also. Keynote speakers, Shri Sumit Bora, the President of Insurance Brokers Association, Dr. Tarun Agarwal, who is the Director of National Insurance Academy. We call it the IIT and IIM is for engineering and management, but NIA is for insurance. It's like that. And if you get an admission into that, it's something which is very great for you all. And that's the definition which Tarunji has coined, and I have snatched it from him. And I use it whenever I get an opportunity. Ki, yes, it is really this one. We are waiting for many such opportunities in NIA also, my dear friends, where things are coming up. Keep an eye on it. And you people all belong to the insurance fraternity. So ensure that your careers are shaped there. Young children, special appeal to you all. Esteemed speakers from the prestigious organizations like ICICI Lombard, Reliance Insurance, Insurance Institute of India, National Insurance Academy, MET Knowledge City, JB Boda Group, Aditya Birla Insurance Brokers Limited, and so on. MEDC President Shri Atul Shirodkar, MEDC past President Shri Ravi Boratkar sir, they all were here. Chief guest, his virtual presence was there, Mr. Bhagwat Karatjis. Our guest of honor, Nilesh Sate, former member of Life and Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, and former CEO LIC Mutual Fund. So all these people have contributed a lot, my dear friends. My special thanks to all of them. I would fail in my duties if I don't thank the lady behind the entire show. And I think she deserves a big round of applause from each one of you once again. Madam, please, come here. She is none other than Sheetal Panchal, and the kind of dedication that she has given, I think most of you people interacted with her. She went personally to every office, to every speaker, and ensured that their presence is done here. So I think she has done a wonderful job. Such type of dedicated workers only form these type of NGO organizations like MEDC, my dear friends. So my special compliments to you, ma'am. Thank you so much, and God bless you. So decorators, photographers, Yashwantra Pratanushthan, and all the delegates over here, and most importantly, my dear friends, each one of you present here has made a difference for this particular show. So please do participate in such type of events. All the people who are here, my special thanks to you, and my Vinamra Namaste to each one of you. Thank you so much. God bless you all, and wishing the function a grand success. It is not the end of the show. It's the beginning of insurance journey for each one of you. Thank you so much. Sorry. This female, she is खुन्नस देती है मेरे को actually, और अभी भी मेरे को बोल रही है कि thank you, मेरे को बोला नहीं. But trust me, friends, this team, the entire team of the anchor for this particular show, the entire team of MEDC also has relentlessly worked day in and day out. We were just pinpointing fingers, go here, go there. But please give a big round of applause for all these people. My special. Thank you so much. I think the food quality also was very good. The caterer also deserves it. The sound system there, although a few mics did not work in between, but then thank you so much. Okay. Photographers and everybody, my thanks to each one of you, sir. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye.